Chapter 321. Saroma put on a contemplative look. The old count leaned back gently and subconsciously looked at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear above his head. Everyone. Nazir spoke loudly, attracting the attention of the vassals in the hall. He did not sound like an old man at all. It's been 6 years. When the born king's might was no longer there, due to all sorts of stupid reasons, the so-called balance of power, peace, and tacit understanding in Dragon Cloud City were long broken. Nazir looked exhausted, as if he was talking to himself. The hall fell silent. His words made many people sink into contemplation. The 6 most powerful vassals broke off one after another over the vacant position of power left behind by King Nuven. The other 4 counts moved in unison. Other than Count Karkagel, the other 3 subconsciously avoided Lisbon's gaze. On one side, we, the counts, suspect that the powerful Lisban monopolized the political situation, isolated the Archduchess, and attempted to overrule the great legacy left behind by King Nuven. On the other side, Lisban sat in the position of regent. He hated us for not listening to orders after the late king passed away, and for our selfishness and self-preservation. Saroma was stunned. Nazir stared coldly at Lisban, whose face was as cold as ice. There was disappointment and hatred in his eyes. The slightly smaller families ruled conservatively in their own territories. They trembled in fear in this kind of confrontation. They benefited from both sides, and were afraid of taking a wrong step. The buzzing noises from the vassals quieted down for a moment. And the arrival of the calamities and the Queen of the Sky, the sudden death of the born king, and King Chapman's strange coronation in this place. How much of a storm have they stirred up among the people, causing them to panic? Saroma bit her lower lip gently and subconsciously looked at Thales. Nazir turned to the Archduchess. His tone was rather awkward. You are single and unmarried, and the Prince of Constellation, who has a sensitive status, often accompanies the palace. Who knows how many rumors have been stirred up, and how many people have been corrupted? Saroma stared at Thales without moving. But Thales only looked down at the tiles, even though Ian winked at him a few times to hint at it. Pain and anger flashed in Nazir's eyes, making it difficult to tell whether he was telling the truth or not. What's even more distressing is that, over the past 6 years, what the people outside Dragon Cloud City saw was the fact that the once powerful and unparalleled Walton family's direct bloodline no longer had anyone to inherit it, except for an orphan girl. Hence, after the common elected throne left Dragon Cloud City, ambitious people like Chapman Lampard gradually became greedy. The long-haired Colgan Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers became arrogant and unruly. Beacon Illumination City, which had always been on good terms with us, turned a blind eye to us. Defense City and other places treated us ambiguously. The conflicts between the local nobles under the Archduke's rule and our vassals only increased. Count Nazir raised his head indignantly, and rose from the back of his chair. He said coldly, not to mention the Empire's neighbors in the south. Who knows how many times they've secretly celebrated the decline of this city. Thales scratched his head, still pretending that he did not know. Nazir's tone became harsher. My lady, it's been 6 years. Without King Nuven, Dragon Cloud City can no longer be united. As an Archduchess, can't you see the awkwardness, indignation, loss, and pain we experienced when we fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley? Our so-called balance of power and power has long been completely shattered along with the late king during the world-shaking upheaval 6 years ago. The atmosphere in the hall turned from strange to somber. Lisbon's face darkened. Thales exhaled deeply. This Count Nazir, as expected of a hero who served King Nuven for many years. If only he wasn't standing against them. Under the Archduchess' pale face and the contemplative gazes of the vassals, Nazir shook his head with a pained expression. Now, my lady, do you understand what your marriage means? Do you understand what it means for you to have a strong and powerful husband? Do you understand what it means for you and your family to have a healthy and reliable heir? Nazir's expression was stern. His hair and beard flared up in anger. His words caused the Archduchess to freeze on her last expression. She was rendered speechless. Is this a sacrifice and price that is disadvantageous to you? Perhaps. Nazir swept his gaze over the vassals in the hall. But is this something that must be done? Of course. Saroma stared at Nazir in disbelief, as if she did not know how to react. We respect you, my lady. Old Count Nazir's expression became respectful again. He bowed to the Archduchess. But I believe that the best way to show this respect is to truly treat you as the ruler of Dragon Cloud City. We show you the facts that an Archduchess of a city should face, the price that should be paid, and the sacrifices that should be made, no matter how unpleasant and uncomfortable it is, no matter whether it is a predicament or an obstacle. Marriage is just one of them. Rather at a loss, Saroma stared at Count Nazir, who seemed to be sincere. Instead of treating you like a puppet on strings, and locking you up in the depths of the palace after you are fully decorated. Instead of using the excuse of, for your own good, claiming to be a tree that can shield you from the wind and rain, and cutting off all connections between you and the cruel side of the world in a righteous manner. Nazir cast a scornful glance at Regent Lisban, whose face had turned green. What we need is an Archduchess who can protect and control Dragon Cloud City, my lady. And not an Archduchess who is used to decorate Dragon Cloud City. Nazir. Lisban's gaze became fierce. What did you say? He only spoke our minds, Prime Minister, Count Liner replied coldly. I really can't think of any regent who would treat our suzerain and vassal as a princess for 6 years. Even if she is a girl, she is still the last direct descendant of the Dragon Spear family. Lisban clenched his fists tightly. Behind him, the Star Killer, who was guarding the Archduchess, blushed. Thales felt a weight on his shoulder. Ian had leaned over. I can finally see the relationship between these 6 vassals, Ian whispered into Thales' ear. But this Regent Lisban, for the past 6 years, has he been staying in Heroic Spirit Palace for your little girl? Is he acting as a shield for her, or is he acting as a bait for her? You've asked the most critical question, Your Grace. Thales took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the conjecture in his heart. Now, it is time to break that vase, my lady. Count Nazir ignored Lisban. He bowed to the Archduchess again, his eyes sparkling. The shattered tiles may sting your skin, but only fresh blood can cleanse the heart of a Northlander, even if you were just a girl. As Thales listened to Nazir's words, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. In that instant, he suddenly realized that perhaps this Count Nazir, or the other 4 vassals, were not as Putre had described them to be, powerful ministers with selfish motives. They were also not, as Lisban had been wary of, vassals who were eager to take action after Nuven's death. Thales' gaze swept past the astute Lisban, the level-headed Nazir, the rather friendly Hurst, the silent Karkagel, the callous Liner, and the blabbermouth Cotterson. On the contrary, what King Nuven had left behind for his successor might be a team that could continue the glory of Dragon Cloud City. However, this team had experienced the greatest accident left behind by King Nuven's premature death, an Archduchess. Thales looked at Saroma worriedly. The Archduchess only stared at the Count in a daze. She did not seem to have reacted. Nor did she seem to have anything to say. There is a saying in the Nazir family, the noble bear responsibility, and the ruler must sacrifice, Nazir said coldly. You want to protect your family's honor and Dragon Cloud City's prestige. Of course, but at the same time, the price must be paid. This is you and your fate. Lady Saroma. No one knew that at that moment, Prince Thales, who was fully focused, gently closed his eyes. He vaguely remembered that day many years ago. He remembered the grave and awe-inspiring voice in that dark tomb. Are you ready? From the moment you are crowned with the name of Jade Star, to fight for Constellation, to die for Constellation, and Thales opened his eyes abruptly. Just as everyone in the hall fell silent because of Count Nazir's words, a familiar cry of pain broke the silence again. Ouch, 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 ouch. The gazes in the hall were conflicted and dissatisfied as they looked in the same direction again. The heir of the city of faraway prayers, Viscount Ian Rockney, was yelling in an exaggerated manner. He rubbed his calf and looked indignantly at Thales beside him. Thales quietly retracted his leg as if nothing had happened, as if he had never kicked Ian's leg. What now? Count Cotterson's anger was almost overflowing. Lord Clown. The Archduchess and the vassals also looked at him. Ian sighed and ignored the secret signals the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group sent him. He shrugged helplessly and put on a relaxed smile. I'm sorry to interrupt. The young Rockney stood up and gestured for them to stop. He smiled apologetically, as if he was really embarrassed. All of you are having a heated discussion, but does anyone still remember the original topic? Remember the Alliance of Freedom, remember, that we are the important parties involved. The 6 counts were slightly stunned. Yes. Ian was beaming with joy. He looked at the people in the hall and gestured with his hands and feet, as if he was teaching children words. City of Faraway Prayers. On the other side, the members of the diplomat group from the City of Faraway Prayers sighed and lowered their heads. They no longer held any hope. Thales shook his head. It's here. He raised his head and met Saroma's gaze on the stairs. He even gave her a reassuring smile. It's okay. Just like many years ago. No. Count Cotterson did not fall for Ian's self-proclaimed humor at all. I only know that a conceited clown insulted all of Dragon Cloud City yesterday, and today, he came to us with a grin on his face to ask for our help, asking us to send troops to save them. The vassals looked at Ian coldly as he stood in the middle of the square. Ask for help. Save them. Ian raised his eyebrows, as if he was a little surprised. But in the next second, he revealed a look of realization, as if he understood what was going on. Then, he grinned. Ha 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 ha. Laughing, Ian shook his head and waved his hand, as if he had heard the most unbelievable rumor. No, no, no. I think everyone, including the Archduchess, may have misunderstood what I meant. The Archduchess and the 6 counts revealed strange expressions. The other dozen vassals also frowned. In fact, from the beginning to the end, I never said anything about dispatching troops. Ian shrugged innocently and winked at Thales in a barely noticeable manner. And I'm not here to ask for help from Dragon Cloud City on behalf of the City of Faraway Prayers. As soon as he finished speaking, Thales could clearly see that almost all the nobles in the hall were slightly stunned. Even the diplomat group from the City of Faraway Prayers were no exception. The Raven of Death even revealed an exaggerated, what shape with his mouth at Old Boney, who was beside him. This was also the Archduchess' reaction. What? Saroma asked in surprise. We can solve the war ourselves. Ian waved his hand nonchalantly. What you said is very reasonable. If we can't even deal with that bunch of trash from the Alliance of Freedom, wouldn't it be too shameful for the Northlanders? Everyone was stunned. The nobles in the hall looked at each other, as if they could not understand the meaning of this sentence. The 6 counts, who were the most important, sank into deep thought. But all of you are gathering allies from all over the territory and isolating the king. Count Nazir seemed to be deep in thought. Once you fall into a war that cannot be resolved quickly, the Archduchess of the City of Faraway Prayers' appeal to fight against the king together will become empty talk. Oh, I'm really just here to ask the Archduchess to sign a letter of condemnation against the king. Ian was still smiling. He raised a finger and waved it in the air. But believe me, we don't need you to send troops. Nazir subconsciously looked at Lisban, but he realized that his old friend and opponent was just keeping quiet. Something's not right. Then, the city of faraway prayers. The seated Archduchess furrowed her brows slightly. Why did all of you come here? Ian took a deep breath. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and his entire being became solemn. He turned his head and cast a glance at the puzzled vassals. 20 years ago, when my grandfather was seriously ill, the feudal vassals were suspicious of each other, the fiefs were unstable, and my father was in a terrible situation. Ian sighed slowly, then said in a sonorous and forceful tone, in the face of the Alliance of Freedom's rebellion, under the heavy pressure of White Mountain and even the Camians brazenly intervening, King Nuvan made a wise decision. Without hesitation, he sent Prince Soria to lead an army to the west to help the city of faraway prayers in the war. Ian's expression was sorrowful. He bowed deeply to Saroma, who was seated. The Rockney family will always remember this kindness. The vassals stared at the Viscount's unusual behavior, and endless puzzlement arose in their hearts. Saroma swept a glance at Thales. Ian straightened his body. His eyes were filled with reverence and excitement. And that war forged the Walton family's glory. Regardless of whether it was the Alliance of Freedom's army, the mercenaries secretly sent by Camus Union, or the elite troops of the White Elves, when they faced Dragon Cloud City and Extet's powerful army, they were all defeated at the first touch. They were far from being able to withstand it. Thales was secretly amused when he heard that. You speak as if you personally witnessed what happened 20 years ago, 19-year-old Sir Ian. Ian smiled at the vassals. My lady, your father and grandfather, and also the families who joined the expedition to the west with you, spread the mighty name of Dragon Cloud City and the Dragon Spear family throughout the Golden Passage. You intimidated Camus Union, forced the White Elves to retreat, and your influence has continued to this day. That is your grandfather's historical achievements, your father's military achievements, and the glory and honor of your family. Nicholas the Star Killer grinned a little. Monty, the Raven of Death, shrugged in tacit agreement. Count Nazir furrowed his brows. Why did he say these things, could it be, but I can also see that the great Dragon Cloud City is in trouble. His expression was the same as Count Nazir's, who was grieving just now. The scene just now made me extremely worried. You wanted to follow in your father's footsteps and protect the family's glory, but you were forced by the situation in Dragon Cloud City, and it was difficult for you to do so. The Walton family was helpless. Aside from Lease Band, the expressions of the 5 counts became more and more unpleasant. Their gazes became more and more bewildered. But it doesn't matter. Ian clenched his fists and waved them forcefully. The Viscount of the City of Faraway Prayers took a step forward without hesitation. I, the heir of the Rockney family, Ian Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers, will make up for your regret. The Archduchess stared at him, puzzled. She blinked. Ha! Thales lowered his head. Very well, everything is going according to plan. I hope nothing goes wrong. But it's clearly a step in the plan, but what's with this slight displeasure in my heart? Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Ian's gaze was firm, and his words were sonorous. Saroma, please be at ease. On behalf of the City of Faraway Prayers, I will lead an army to tread on the path your father took on his expedition. I will carry the Dragon Spear family's flag, carry your family's glory, and fight against the Alliance of Freedom. His sudden change in how he addressed the Archduchess shocked many people. In the name of the Walton family and the Rockney family, I will teach those useless Alliance of Freedom a lesson, and rewrite our history. I will plant the Cloud Dragon Spear flag and the Knight's Law flag on top of Fort Liberté once again, and let all bards recite the great victory that belongs to us and Extet. I will tell our enemies that Saroma Walton, King Nuvan's granddaughter, Prince Soria's daughter, has collected the debt that belongs to the Dragon Spear family. Ian acted like a fanatical recruit. In the face of his aggressive gaze, the Archduchess panicked a little. Realizing something, Count Nazir gritted his teeth and said, "Enough, Sir Ian," but the Count could not interrupt Ian. "Please do not worry. The glory of the Walton family will not diminish just because Dragon Cloud City did not send troops." Ian took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with pride and excitement as he personally experienced the epic. Because soon, everyone will know that this war is not just a war between Extet and the Alliance of Freedom. It is also a war that I, Ian Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers, am fighting for Dragon Cloud City Saroma Walton. The entire hall burst into an uproar. Nicholas had no choice but to maintain order again and suppress the vassals' clamor, which was filled with dissatisfaction and puzzlement. Even though his expression was terrible as well. Wait a minute. The Archduchess seemed to have finally sensed that something was wrong. She stuttered and said, "Sir Ian, you are, and after the glorious victory, I will return with the glory of recreating the achievements of your father and grandfather." Ian did not pay any attention to the stunned Saroma. He only immersed himself in his own world. He exhaled, and in an instant, he turned from a fanatical fighter to a gentle poet. "Of course, when the time comes, please kindly agree to a request of mine, a request that makes me feel humble and unbearable." "Peer request." Saroma's face turned pale. For the first time, she exchanged glances with the 6 counts who also had unpleasant expressions on their faces. It was as if they were only standing together at this moment. Ian extended his hands and gestured gently at the seated Archduchess. "This is the repayment of the City of Faraway Prayers, and also my sincerity, Saroma. I will use this great war to win the right to approach you. At this moment, when the vassals are at odds with each other and the territory is filled with internal strife, I am the only one who can protect your family's glory, and also the only one who can protect your prestige as an Archduchess." Saroma exchanged countless glances with the counts, who were also caught off guard. She raised her head with great difficulty and awkwardly said, "You mean," beside Ian, Prince Thale's expression was stiff. He clenched his fists tighter. "This is just a plan." "Nothing. This is just a plan. Calm down. Calm down," he said to himself. Ian took another step forward and stared at Saroma from afar. A dreamy longing appeared on his face. It was as if that was his only pursuit. "Let me continue to protect you from now on with glory, good lady," the young Rockney stated his intentions in a gentle and tactful manner. "Let the City of Faraway Prayers become your strongest and most powerful backing and trump card." At this moment, the hall truly sank into a dead silence. The counts' faces were ashen. Please let the Rockney family and the Walton family truly stand together, and restore their glory. With the most longing and gentle gaze, Ian's words trembled with excitement. "From now on, we will protect you and your family's glory together. The beautiful and noble Lady Saroma Walton." The young Ian tried his best to suppress his passion, but it was difficult for him to conceal it. He stroked his heart and said softly, "Marry me." At this moment, in the Great Hall of Heroes, from the Archduchess and the 6 counts to the rest of the vassals and even the guards, everyone was dumbfounded. They were inexplicably shocked, as if they had seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. Except for Thales. The Prince of Constellation stared at Ian's legs with a cold expression and clenched his fists. He almost clenched his palms. "Forget it, I'll just send it out." Clenched fist, "From today onwards, I will be a diligent person who writes." Chapter 322. Is this another one of your jokes? After a long while, amidst the shocked vassals, Count Cotterson was the first to speak. "Clown." Ian turned around. Under the hostile gazes of the entire hall, he smiled cheerfully at the Archduchess. "Answer carefully." Cotterson's tone was filled with anger and malice. Without waiting for the other party to reply, he said, "Because it might cost you your life." The silent Thales noticed that even though most of the vassals were surprised, there were still a few people who stood out. Regent Leesban, who knew the most inside information, furrowed his brows. The old Nazir's gaze was unfocused. Carcagel, who had always been silent, stared at the Archduchess this time. He remained motionless. Thales thought of something. Beside the Archduchess, Nicholas glared at the Prince of Constellation in the corner with a cold expression. His murderous gaze seemed to be saying, "You. I know it's you, young prince. What are you planning to do now?" In the face of the Star Killer's vigilance and hostility, Thales had no choice but to give a friendly and weak smile. "These are my most sincere thoughts." Ian's words interrupted his thoughts. "I came here to..." Ian did not finish his arrogant words. "How dare you?" This time, the one who spoke was the golden-bearded Earl Hurst. In his 30s, he was clearly not as composed as his colleagues. He leaned forward, clenched his knees tightly, and gritted his teeth. His gaze kept moving back and forth between the Archduchess, who was at a loss, and the smug Ian. "In Dragon Cloud City. Insulting our king in front of us vassals. I don't see how it's an insult." Ian rolled his eyes at the ceiling and spread his hands helplessly and casually. 600 years ago, the truth-seeker Colgan was King Riker's most capable and trusted knight. That's why he was sent to conquer the most remote and untamable West. Is it strange that their descendants, the Rockney family and the Walton family, are married? Quite a number of nobles snorted disdainfully and hatefully. Thales could even hear the sound of their knuckles cracking. Thales swept his gaze over the vassals in the hall and came to a conclusion. Ian has probably incurred public wrath. Count Nazir, who had been leading the conversation, coughed loudly, and the ministers fell silent. "I believe that Archduke Rockney did not give us any relevant reminders," the old count said slowly. "So, this is just your personal impulse." When he faced Nazir, Ian put away his disrespectful expression, which was a rare sight. He nodded gently. "Oh, about my father. I think he won't object." Count Nazir's gaze shifted, and he glanced at the Archduchess, intentionally or unintentionally. Saroma only stared blankly at the conversation on the field. She seemed to be lost in her thoughts. "Madam, I think we should call it a day." The regent of Dragon Cloud City's voice traveled steadily into her ears. "This visitor from the city of faraway prayers is asking for too much." It was rare for Leesban to stand together with the vassals. He stared coldly at the relaxed Ian, and his words were blunt. "I'm afraid we'll need to change the envoy for the negotiation between the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City." Once he said that, the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers became as anxious as ants on a hot pan. But Ian just laughed. Asking for something. The Viscount of the city of faraway prayers acted as if he had heard the most boring joke. "Can't you see that me using the victory against the Alliance of Freedom to propose to the Archduchess is a good deed that will benefit both of us?" Some of the vassals immediately spat in disdain. Some even cursed out loud. "Win-win. Good deed. Only you can say that." Count Liner, who had always been expressionless, continued to hit the nail on the head and hit the nail on the head. "Dragon Cloud City doesn't need your charity, and we're not so kind as to let someone take advantage of the situation to satisfy the city of faraway prayers' dirty intentions." Dirty intentions. Ian snorted in disdain. Who was the one who forced the Archduchess to marry by sending troops as a condition? Who's the dirtier one? Only you can say that." He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "My lords of Dragon Cloud City." Count Liner stared at him quietly and did not speak. Count Cotterson's face gradually contorted. A few seconds later, Count Cotterson's voice, which was filled with hatred and anger, rose clearly. "Listen up, shameless clown." Cotterson glared at Ian fiercely. "Go back and tell your father this. Dragon Cloud City is not the city of faraway prayers. Here, it is not popular to form a marriage alliance with the lowly troubled West Billows citizens, even if they only have half of our bloodline. Once he said this, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City let out low, mocking laughter. Ian's gaze darkened, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Thales narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute, the Rockney family is obviously a noble family in Northland, but Cotterson said that, to form a marriage alliance with the lowly troubled West Billows citizens, half of our bloodline. Thales glanced at Ian, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. He remembered that Ian had mentioned before that his mother was a local from the city of faraway prayers. He immediately fell into deep thought. Leespan coughed. Your Excellency Ian, we all understand your intentions. But you know, we are not only talking about a marriage proposal and war. Regent Leespan stood in the middle of the hall. He warned everyone with his gaze as he said to Ian, "This is politics." Ian sucked in a breath and put away his unnatural expression. He chuckled. What I am talking about is the politics of marriage and war. Count Leespan did not speak. The politics of marriage and war. I see. You are. Leespan cast an unexpected glance at Thales. The prince's heart skipped a beat. This old man seems to know what we are up to. Forgive me for my rudeness, Count Leespan, but... Ian shrugged and slowly said, I'm sorry, Count Leespan. Why are all of you so anxious to speak up for the Archduchess? The expressions of the vassals in the hall, including Leespan's, changed again. Many gazes shifted back to Saroma, but the latter only pulled a long face and did not say a word. The gaze of the heir of the city of faraway prayers became stern. It was as if he had turned from a frivolous young master to the cold and aloof Viscount Ian. Just now, weren't you the ones who claimed that you wanted to show her the cruel side of this world? Ian raised his head and stared at the Archduchess on the stage seriously. Saroma, I am speaking to you as the heir of the city of faraway prayers. I will only accept answers from you. His voice was cold. Clean and decisive. Saroma subconsciously bit her lower lip. Count Cotterson, who was furious again, was about to speak, but Leespan and Nazir raised their hands at the same time to stop him. Cotterson understood their gazes. This is not their turn. Leespan and Nazir raised their heads at the same time and looked at Saroma, waiting for her response. The air in the hall seemed to have frozen. It no longer flowed. On the steps, Saroma, whose face was pale and breathing quickened, swept her gaze over the people in the hall. Until she met Thales' gaze. Thales understood the look in her eyes. It was a gaze he was once familiar with, one that was filled with panic and anxiety. The Prince of Constellation smiled faintly. He raised his fist and clenched it gently over his heart. You can do it, Saroma. You can do it. The vassals still stared at her closely. Their gazes were filled with judgment and sizing up strangers. In the chaotic hall, Saroma and Thales' gazes met for a moment before they looked away. Thales lowered his head and sighed in his heart. Of course, Saroma, if you can't, he looked at his right palm. There were 2 scars left by a dagger when he was young. He took a deep breath. It's okay. I'm here. And me. A few seconds later, the Archduchess relaxed her lower lip. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she nodded slightly. Her tense face finally relaxed a little. My vassals, their intentions are very clear. Saroma exhaled and said with a serious expression, Your Grace. She slowly said, enunciating each word clearly, the marriage between us is impossible. Ian's expression changed. As if someone had opened a window, the frozen air in the Hall of Heroes finally flowed again. Thales could feel that many of the vassals breathed a sigh of relief without batting an eyelid. Among them, the 6 counts were especially special. Nazir glanced at Lisban, who was opposite him, again, but the regent just avoided his gaze. This made Nazir sink into deep thought as well. Saroma lowered her head and took a deep breath. I am very grateful for your appreciation and pursuit, but you are, after all, the heir of the city of faraway prayers, and I am the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. Even someone as shallow as me knows that this has never happened before. Under the vassals' gazes, which were much friendlier than before, the Archduchess cleared her throat and brought out the spirit she used to answer questions in Hick's class. She slowly said, our abrupt marriage will bring about unexpected consequences. Ekstedt may have an archduke in the future, and he will have the right to inherit 2 territories and titles at the same time. This will cause the entire kingdom to lose balance, and it will also bring us unnecessary trouble, but she was interrupted by Ian's chuckle. And you are just going to let your vassals do whatever they want to you and make decisions for you? Saroma. Thales saw Count Nazir and Count Lisban frown again. Ian clicked his tongue and shook his head. Then, his voice rose. Oh, no, no, my dear Saroma. The Viscount raised his index finger and waved it. He sighed and said, don't think about your concerns and worries first. Think about the consequences you are about to face right now. If your current position is shaky, then worrying about the imbalance of the kingdom is meaningless. Saroma was stunned, and the vassals' expressions became even more unpleasant. Ian's gaze swept past the 6 counts. He chuckled and said, Your Grace, you know very well what the predicament you are facing is. The expedition to the Alliance of Freedom is a mission that you must complete. If you are unable to send your troops, it will not only damage your reputation, but also your family's reputation. Ian's smile became a little terrifying. His words also became fierce. Your situation has always been difficult, but today, if you still let this matter pass, you can only stand by and watch helplessly in the face of your family's mission, and you can only let your vassals do as they please without doing anything. Then from now on, the whole of Dragon Cloud City, even the whole kingdom, will know that you are just a ruler whose words carry no weight. Even your vassals look down on you, even though they do not think highly of you to begin with. The heir of the city of faraway prayers said loudly, Saroma, in order to avoid becoming an archduchess who has no opinions of her own, is manipulated by others, and is surrounded by wolves. Isn't this the reason why you gathered the vassals to attend the council hearing today? The archduchess did not speak. Thales saw the expressions of the 6 counts change one after another. Then, good girl, Ian said faintly, think about my proposal. Then, think about my suggestion. Think about what you can gain. As long as we, the city of faraway prayers, fight for you in this war, then the indifference of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City will turn into a romantic and bashful reserve. You will be freed from the weak accusation of humiliating your family, and the Walton family's reputation will not be damaged in the slightest. Ian smiled faintly. And after I win, this will become a beautiful story in all of Ekstedt. It will change from a heavy story of a ruler and her vassals falling out to a romantic story of going to war for love. The hall was silent for a moment. The Archduchess still stared at Ian with a complicated gaze, as if she was thinking about his proposal. Count Leiner and Count Kotterson looked at each other. They both felt that something was wrong. After what felt like a century, Saroma slowly raised her head. Her tone was a little desolate. Yes, when that time comes, I might have no choice but to marry you, the most sincere suitor who defended my father's honor for me, am I right? At that moment, all the vassals in the hall held their breaths. My lady! The young and vigorous Count Hirsch could no longer stand it. His golden beard trembled inch by inch. I swear, as long as the Hirsch family is still around, no one can force you. Saroma forced a smile at him. Then, can you count on these people? Ian raised his head abruptly. If I can use marriage to redeem my family's reputation, then compared to them, why isn't the city of faraway prayers a better choice? The young Rockney, who looked like he had victory in his grasp, chuckled and shook his head. In the future, no matter who it is, if they want to look down on your authority in Dragon Cloud City, they will have to think about the price they have to pay. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall changed again. The whispers of the vassals on both sides became softer and shorter. On the other hand, Regent Leesban and Count Nazir were both silent. Thales took a deep breath, retracted his observant gaze, and chased unnecessary thoughts out of his mind. So far, everything is going well. As long as there are no accidents, no, I can't be too optimistic. He clenched his teeth. Think about the places where accidents might happen. For example, the relationship between Leesban and the vassals is worse than we can imagine. Or, the Northlanders' deep-rooted view of women far surpasses their loyalty to their mission, the importance they place on honor, and their obligation to Dragon Cloud City and the Archdukes. Or, what I'm most worried about, when Thales thought of this, he cast a sidelong glance at Ian. Like the Viscount of the City of Faraway Prayers changing his mind midway. Perhaps obtaining a marriage alliance with Dragon Cloud City is more profitable than directly asking Dragon Cloud City to send reinforcements? Thales desperately thought about every possibility. I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope there are no accidents. Otherwise, Thales turned around and glanced at the door. Ralph noticed his gaze and returned it with a questioning look. Now? Thales shook his head and gestured. No, it's fine. It's fine for now. Besides, Ian sighed and shook his head at Saroma in an extremely gentlemanly manner. I hope you understand that, at least compared to your vassals, I have no intention of forcing them. What we need is a symbol that Dragon Cloud City is standing together with the City of Faraway Prayers, and a symbol that the Rockney family is fighting for the Waltons. He nodded in a friendly manner. If the marriage is too hasty, we can also skip this step first. With this step, I will first obtain your permission to bring the Walton Dragon Spear flag. I am not in a hurry. When I return victorious from the war, I will deliver that romantic request. When Saroma, who looked extremely solemn, heard this, she could not help but be slightly stunned. She hesitantly said, Your Grace, you are very confident. Ian laughed. Because I believe that no suitor is more qualified to stand by your side than a person who has personally defended your family's honor. He looked around the hall and laughed under the vigilant gazes of Dragon Cloud City's vassals. And which suitor is more trustworthy than the person who, in times of crisis, stands in front of you without hesitation, withstands all harm for you, and fights endlessly for your safety and honor? Who is more trustworthy? In times of crisis, stands up, withstands harm, fights endlessly. Saroma's mind wandered for a moment. She subconsciously raised her head and looked in Ian's direction. Ian furrowed his brows. No, the Viscount narrowed his eyes and observed the Archduchess' gaze. She's not looking at me. She's looking at the person beside me. Ian was deep in thought. Thales lowered his head and uncomfortably avoided a certain someone's subconscious gaze. He opened his clenched fists and tried his best to get rid of all unnecessary thoughts and suppress the unnatural feeling. But the moment he lowered his head, he saw Ian's boots again. They were not quite the same style as the Northlanders' usual noble boots. But at that moment, Thales only felt that the boots were very ugly. Wearing such ugly boots, to propose. Damn it. I really want to step on them. That's an easy choice. Ian straightened his collar and said in a calm and unruffled manner. In the hall, the vassals saw the Archduchess staring at the guests from the City of Faraway Prayers with a complicated gaze. Their expressions changed. The disgust in Count Cotterson's eyes had escalated to hatred. Count Hurst gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. He desperately suppressed his anger. No, my lady. Count Hurst's panting grew louder. Please consider carefully, but the Archduchess only extended her hand and shook her head to interrupt Hearst. Count, I'm sorry. She put away her contemplative expression, cleared her throat, and turned to Ian again. Sir Roma said, so, you will fight this battle in the name of proposing to me, protect my reputation and authority, and then, we will be connected by marriage. Ian's eyes lit up and he nodded. Yes. With this reason, I will bring the Cloud Dragon Spear flag to Fort Liberté. Not only will you not need a single soldier to spread your prestige in Ekstedt and restore your family's reputation, Ian continued to speak slowly. You can even obtain the most powerful support. The vast and magnificent territory of the city of faraway prayers will be your backing. You do not need to be controlled by, if you know what I mean. He shrugged. At that moment, the entire hall was like eternal oil flowing in a world of ice and snow. At the moment it was ignited, the flames of anger and the chill of hatred rose at the same time. The expressions of the vassals of Dragon Cloud City dropped to the freezing point. Thales could even hear the cracking of some people's fists. The envoys of the city of faraway prayers had been confused by their young master, who did not play by the rules, since the beginning of the journey. This time, they all sank into deep thought. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. He suddenly knew why Ian had purposely sat near him. To protect the Prince of Constellation, Lord Justin had arranged sufficient manpower in this corner to block off most of the vassals. Otherwise, the tragedy of a noble from the Rockney family dying a violent death in Dragon Cloud City would probably spread throughout Ekstedt tomorrow. Thales exhaled. At this moment, the Prince of Constellation was probably no longer the most unpopular person in Dragon Cloud City. But, will they succeed? Nazir, who had not spoken for a long time, cast a profound glance at the Archduchess, then turned to Ian. Colgan Rockney actually has a son like you. The old count coughed. Marrying a local as a wife, he really profited. Ian's expression froze, but he then forced a smile. Enough. Count Liner said coldly. If it's for a marriage alliance and to prove Dragon Cloud City and the City of Faraway Prayer's standpoint, I believe we can find a suitable candidate among the Walton family's collateral bloodline. But the Archduchess has important responsibilities in Dragon Cloud City. It's impossible for her to marry you. Ian snorted softly. Here we go again. You're speaking up for the Archduchess again, as if you're her father or husband. The Viscount swung his arm, his gaze sharp. But can you really protect her? Asterisk thawed. Asterisk Count Hearst punched the chair with a fierce look on his face. His golden beard trembled slightly. Why are we still wasting time here? Count Cotterson snorted in agreement. Guards! Chase this Westerner out. But the Archduchess guards only stared at him sternly and did not move. Ian smiled nonchalantly. At this moment, everyone. The Archduchess' clear voice interrupted the conflict that was about to erupt. As masters, we must maintain our demeanor. Thales raised his head and, together with the vassals, turned his gaze to Sir Roma. It's here. The final blow. I hope there are no accidents. Your Grace. I have to say, you've given me a very interesting suggestion. Sir Roma sighed. It's even quite tempting. The vassal's expressions immediately became very unpleasant. Without sending a single soldier, I can solve the problem of the Alliance of Freedom, restore my prestige, my family's dignity, and even obtain the support of the City of Faraway Prayers. Sir Roma forced a smile with great difficulty. Her voice was filled with exhaustion. I only need to pay the price of a so-called romantic story. Ian bowed respectfully. That's right. Sir Roma looked at him quietly and nodded. The vassals could no longer sit still. Hearst could not help but exclaim in surprise, Lady. Count Liner narrowed his eyes and looked at the regent. Liesban, as the leader, as the regent, you have the duty to stop the lady's blind behavior. But Count Leespan was indifferent. He continued to look at Saroma. There was a hint of unfamiliarity in his eyes. F***ck, Cotterson was furious. Leespan, we all know that the lady listens to you. Don't play dead. Say something. Nazir was also frowning, but his gaze was on Leespan. Only Carkagel, who had always been silent, did not say a word. He watched the situation in the hall quietly. The other vassals had different reactions. Some were worried, some were anxious, and some were gnashing their teeth. Thales stared at the vassals' expressions and clenched his fists. Saroma smiled and continued to stare at Ian. So, my dear Saroma. Ian waved his hand excitedly. Have we reached a consensus? The great alliance between the Waltons and Rockney. Saroma's smile grew brighter, and there was even a hint of relief in it. Thales closed his eyes. Under the gaze of the entire Hall of Heroes, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City gently leaned against the back of her chair and looked at the stone carving of the Cloud Dragon spear above her head. Your Grace. The Archduchess' voice was indistinct, as if it came from the horizon. No. At that moment, the entire hall was first filled with rhythmic breathing sounds, then immediately fell silent. Ian was stunned. Saroma, what? In the next second, Saroma straightened her back from her chair. She sat upright and still, and her expression became stern again. Count Nazir narrowed his eyes, while Count Leespan furrowed his brows. I said, Your Grace, no. The Archduchess stared coldly at the air of the city of faraway prayers and enunciated each word clearly. As the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, I reject your suggestion, and I don't need the city of faraway prayers to stand up for us. I will also not form a marriage alliance with you. Ian furrowed his brows. Also, please address me as Archduchess or Lady, Saroma said indifferently. Chapter 323. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The nobles watched the confrontation between the Archduchess and the envoy from the city of faraway prayers with different expressions. Ian widened his eyes in surprise, as if he could not understand the Archduchess' words. Almost everyone in the hall stared at him with hostile expressions. Ian took a deep breath and raised his head with a puzzled expression. But, the war with the Alliance of Freedom is right before our eyes. In her seat, Saroma's lips twitched slightly. She nodded slowly. Yes. Ian raised his hand in puzzlement and contradiction, as if he wanted to express something, but he put it down halfway. The air of the city of faraway prayers gritted his teeth and frowned deeply. You know, right? This is a war that means a lot to you and your family, especially after Dragon Cloud City lost its king. His tone was slightly anxious. Do you also know that the person sitting at the other end of the chessboard is King Chapman, who hates all of you to the core? The vassal's expressions became even more tense. Saroma lowered her head weakly inside as she said, Yes, I know. Her voice was weak, like a whimper. Ian seemed to have received encouragement. His gaze became lively, as if he was looking for support. He smiled in a rather relaxed manner. Very good. Then you should know your current situation. You know that your prestige is far from enough to support you, especially. Ian paused for a moment. He looked around and sighed in a seemingly regretful manner. Especially since you are a woman, a female archduchess. At that moment, the prince felt the nobles in the hall adjust their expressions unnaturally. In the seats of the 6 counts, Leiner tilted his head and ground his teeth gently. Carkagel stared at the archduchess without blinking. Hurst's eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire. Count Cotterson's eyebrows were almost knitted together. Leespan and Count Nazir looked at the archduchess with complicated expressions. The meaning in their gazes was difficult to decipher. The Archduchess raised her head. Thales's heart tensed. The girl exhaled and put on a relieved expression. Her eyes were very calm. Yes, I also know this. Her tone was normal. It was as if the other party had only said trivial things like, "The weather is good today, this bowl of soup is not bad, read the book patiently, and don't rush me to update." Ian frowned. "Then you," the Archduchess interrupted him. "Still, I am a Walton." Her voice was still very soft. But there was a kind of unquestionable firmness. The eyes of her 6 vassals moved in unison. Ian was slightly taken aback. "What?" "Walton. King Riker's heir, Walton, Cloud Dragon Spears Walton, Dragon Cloud Cities Walton." Saroma stared at Ian indifferently. "Do you know the meaning of this surname?" Ian first narrowed his eyes, then a look of disbelief appeared on his face. "Walton." He exhaled impatiently. "Saroma. Wake up. Think about the scene just now, think about the attitude of your vassals. Then, think about my suggestion." Ian waved his hand in exasperation. "This is the only way for you to salvage your predicament." The Viscount's words echoed in the hall. The vassals' expressions became unnatural again. Saroma smiled. Her gaze met with Ian's in the air. "No," the Archduchess said softly, "it isn't. The Waltons are the Waltons." Saroma turned her gaze and looked at each of the vassals with different expressions. "Cloud Dragon Spear has never fought alone. 700 years ago, Riker stood in the sky with his spear, and the young Waltons followed closely behind him, and under the clouds parted by the dragon's wings, behind the 8 knights on the ground, Leesban, Nazir, Carcagel, Hurst. Countless Northland knights, whether they are famous or nameless, charged forward without hesitation. They stood together, and together, they cast the battle that reversed the cold wind, tore apart the darkness shrouded by the calamities, and won a future for the world." Under her seat, Count Hurst's expression changed. "My lady," the other vassals' expressions became increasingly solemn. 700 years ago. Thales sighed. He could not help but think of the portrait of Tormund in Mindy's hall. The sorrowful king of Renaissance also charged forward with his spear, and the 6 knights beside him, riddled with wounds, raised their reins and charged forward without regret. He also thought of the madness of Giza and Asda's duel. Thawed. At this moment, Saroma slapped her seat and unexpectedly stood up. The entire hall was slightly startled. But nothing was more shocking than the Archduchess' next move. "Everyone, today, at this time, and in this place, I, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma Walton, officially issue Dragon Cloud City's wartime enlistment order." The girl's light and clear voice rang in the Hall of Heroes, echoing between the thick stone bricks. "Dragon Cloud City declares war on the Alliance of Freedom." Thale's breathing froze. "It's here." Before everyone could react to the stupefied and horrified scene, the Archduchess took a step forward with a determined expression. Her voice was cold and harsh, but it was filled with an unprecedented sense of power. "In a few days, the Walton family will take the initiative to send troops to the west to assist the City of Faraway Prayers and fight against the Alliance of Freedom. With the blood of those who repeatedly betray their faith, with the heads of those treacherous villains, we will once again prove Dragon Cloud City's honor." The hall instantly fell silent. Ian stared at Saroma in a daze, his mouth wide open, as if he could not close it. The vassals were not much better. Their eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the Archduchess. The 6 counts were much more composed, but their body movements were enough to show that they were abnormal. Hurst almost broke his seat, Cotterson clenched his fists tightly, and Carcagel's broken arm was firmly pressed against the armrest of the chair. Regent Leesban and Count Nazir, the most senior among them, stared at each other without saying a word. No one seemed to be able to give an appropriate response to the Archduchess' words. Then, Ian suddenly gasped, like a drowning man who had finally surfaced from the water. He rubbed his chin and said anxiously, "Don't worry. Madame Saroma, as I said. We don't need you to send troops to aid us. What we value is only a stance and stance." What greeted him was Saroma's stern reply. "This has nothing to do with you, Your Grace." Ian's words were cut off at the tip of his tongue. He spread his arms in disbelief and stared at the Archduchess in a daze. "This is just my determination," the Archduchess said coldly. "It is also something that Dragon Cloud City must do." Everyone was stunned by the young lady's sudden unyielding stance. Only Thales, who was in the corner, curled up the corners of his lips slightly as he stared at his partner of 6 years. He was also the only one who noticed out of habit that the outline of the girl's fist, hidden under her left sleeve, was trembling slightly. "Good job, Saroma. Continue," he said in his heart. "And I need everyone," the response of the 23 noble families seated here. The Archduchess slowly turned her gaze around and swept her gaze over everyone in the hall. "Just like 20 years ago, and just like 600 years ago, you and your ancestors stood by the two King Nuvan's side with unwavering loyalty and without complaint." Her voice was still clear, and there was a hint of reckless determination in it. But there was no response as expected. No one spoke. All the vassals stared at her quietly. After the initial shock, suspicion and caution gradually appeared on their faces, and as they stared at each other, it slowly deepened. The hall was still quiet. Even Lisban was silent. Saroma's face turned pale. Thales shut his eyes in his seat. "Not enough. Saroma. This is not enough." The Archduchess swept her gaze across the hall with an unpleasant expression. Every vassal whom she swept her gaze upon turned their gazes away unnaturally. Everyone. Saroma gritted her teeth and said, "The war horn has sounded. Dragon Cloud City needs you." But still, no one responded. Thales extended the tip of his foot and poked Ian without anyone noticing. The Viscount of the City of Faraway Prayers moved a little. Ian turned around nervously. When he saw that no one in the hall spoke, he heaved a sigh of relief and put on a calm smile. "Lady Saroma, I hate interrupting you." Ian clicked his tongue, turned around, and shrugged. "But your vassals have already made it very clear just now. You want their response. Then give up your right to marry." The Viscount nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling. "You can't ask for a deal without something in return." Many of the vassals' expressions darkened. Some of them stared coldly at the Viscount. "And since it's a deal, why don't you choose the most practical?" Saroma gritted her teeth and raised her head indignantly. The young lady spoke again and interrupted Ian, "Everyone. This is not a deal, nor a compromise, and it has nothing to do with my marriage. It's just my will." But in the large hall of heroes, on both sides of the oval stone hall, no one answered. It was as if someone had isolated the sound. The observant Ian furrowed his eyebrows. On the stairs, Saroma looked at the silent hall with difficulty, as if she was bearing 1,000 pounds of pressure. Pairs of confused, suspicious, scheming, and dissatisfied gazes were directed at her. But there was no response. It was as if this was just her one-woman show. Saroma immediately felt her legs tremble slightly. No, she clenched her teeth subconsciously, and her heart raced. No, panic surged in her heart. What should I do? At this moment, Saroma suddenly noticed that among those gazes, only a pair of eyes remained unperturbed and as calm as ever. They only stared at her quietly from afar. Just like always. Just like the past 6 years. The owner of the gaze smiled at her, raised his left hand, and tapped his thumb. Saroma trembled slightly. She suddenly felt a weight on her thumb, which was tucked under her left sleeve, due to her nervousness and absent-mindedness. It was a ring. 6 years ago, that guy had personally put the ring on her finger. That pair of eyes blinked gently and immediately looked elsewhere. But that one blink seemed to have given the young lady strength. Saroma's cheeks trembled slightly. She took a deep breath. The young lady did not look at the entire hall aimlessly. Instead, she turned to the most senior count at the lower seat. Honorable Count Nazir, thank you for your speech just now. Count Nazir had been staring at Lisban. When he heard this, he slowly shifted his gaze. My lady, Saroma's expression became solemn. With great difficulty, she said the following words, you allowed me to see what kind of predicament Dragon Cloud City is in right now. We can no longer wallow in the regrets and misfortunes of the past. But this also makes me even more certain that the future of Dragon Cloud City cannot be protected by the suspicions and schemes between the ruler and the vassals. At that moment, Count Nazir's gaze flickered. So, I will not use my own marriage in exchange for your compromise. Dragon Cloud City is not so divided and weak that we need to rely on internal marriages to free up our hands and unite against a foreign enemy. Nazir slowly leaned against the seat behind him. He was still silent. The honor and victory left behind by my grandfather and father can only be protected and won by us with our own hands. The 6 counts at the head of the table reacted differently, and their expressions varied. The Archduchess glanced at Ian before she looked at her group of vassals again. Only by doing so can we truly prevent external forces from interfering with Dragon Cloud City, no matter what method they use. Ian was a little embarrassed. This is a little too much, Saroma, but Saroma did not give him a chance to speak again. The young lady took a deep breath. So, no matter what, the Walton family will go on an expedition to the west. With King Nuven's remaining prestige, we will follow Prince Soria's footsteps and seize back what belongs to us with our own hands. Saroma stood in front of her seat, in front of the Soul Slayer Pike. She looked around at the entire hall, clenched her fists, and her face was pale. Even if, the Archduchess gritted her teeth. Even if no family responds to me. The quiet hall was filled with the sound of people inhaling at different speeds. Even if we are the only ones to go to war. In the face of the Archduchess' fluctuating tone, many of the vassals' expressions became strange. Even the guards, who had no right to speak, could not help but look at her frequently. Ian sighed. You know, Saroma, you don't have to do this. This will be very ugly. The Viscount's eyes began to become solemn and vigilant. Be it now or when we go to war. Forcefully ordering to send troops will only force everyone to the brink of falling out with you. It will further damage your already shaky prestige, and you will only receive greater humiliation. You will have no way out. This sentence seemed to have pierced a hole in the stagnant atmosphere. The changes in the vassals' expressions became more and more urgent, and they became more and more difficult to read. Yes. Saroma flashed a bitter smile. I know. The Archduchess then looked at her vassals, who had complicated expressions on their faces. Her gaze was unfocused. I know that I am far from being comparable to the former King Nuven. Perhaps in this lifetime, I will never be able to compare to him. Everyone, perhaps you don't think highly of me or this little girl on the Archduchess seat. Perhaps you resent me, perhaps you have your own plans. Count Cotterson tilted his mouth, as if he was deep in thought. The Archduchess sighed and said, but I still hope that at this moment, all of you can bring your warriors and glory and stand with me in Dragon Cloud City. Count Hurst's beard trembled slightly. To prove to the outside world, to this guest from the city of faraway prayers, who claimed that she could save me from my predicament with just a marriage, that Dragon Cloud City is still powerful and united, and that I do not need to bend my knees to outsiders to protect myself. Count Liner clenched his fists in an unnatural manner, twisting his knuckles back and forth. In the next second, Saroma raised her left hand with a solemn expression. Her sleeve slid down from her forearm, revealing her fair wrist. She also revealed the ring on her thumb. Everyone, I believe that no one in this world is more qualified and capable than all of you, my vassals, to fight for me and obtain victory for me. Because I am Dragon Cloud City. When they saw the ring, everyone in the hall frowned. They seemed to have remembered something. But Dragon Cloud City is not just me, it is all of you sitting here. Before everyone's eyes, the Archduchess gently took off the large ring inlaid with a black stone and raised it high. Everyone, in the name of the Walton family, I am going to war. The Archduchess' gaze turned cold, and she shouted, Are you coming? Thales trembled slightly. Are you coming? The girl's voice echoed in the hall again. But this time, the vassals stared at the black ring. They stared at the people and things it represented. Lisbon's expression was complicated. The one-armed count closed his eyes. Count Nazir's face tensed up, which was rare. The vassals looked around in bewilderment and whispered to each other. Saroma took a step forward and said coldly, Everyone, I also believe that as vassals, all of you will not allow a foreign guest to happily snatch away your responsibilities and obligations, and then flaunt his prowess in front of you. Ian was startled. The girl raised the ring on her hand and pointed it at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear at the top of the hall. The most loyal vassals of the Walton family, King Nuvan's brothers and sisters. The girl's voice rang again, Are you coming? As he listened to the Archduchess' words, Thales was a little dazed. He seemed to have returned to 6 years ago, to the days when he fled in despair. In the shelter of Bright Moon Temple, he was also like this, desperately shouting similar words at Nicholas, who was about to flee. But this is my decision, Northlanders. Are you coming? The noises of the vassals became louder. Thales' gaze met Nicholas, who was on the stairs. The prince saw similar surprise in the Star Killer's eyes. Saroma, you, little rascal, an indescribable emotion surged from his heart, and he could not suppress it. He could only recall what happened 6 years ago, over and over again. That's right, we are going to commit suicide. Northlanders, are you coming? Are you coming? Dragon Cloud City. In the hall, Saroma's voice was raised to the limit. Her youthful, high-pitched voice echoed in the ancient palace. Are you coming? The hall gradually quietened down. Many of the vassals had already ended their anxious conversations. Their gazes were all raised, and they looked at the most important people. They were waiting for their decision. The Archduchess gritted her teeth. The arm that held the ring trembled slightly, and the rims of her eyes were slightly red. Northlanders. She was practically roaring at everyone in the hall, Are you coming? Clang. A guard, who was suppressing his emotions, accidentally pressed down on the hilt of his sword. The blade collided with the wall and let out a sharp, piercing sound. This sharp sound made everyone even more tense, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. But there was still no response from the hall. The Archduchess was the only one who gritted her teeth. Her gaze trembled as she raised the Ring of Triumph, which symbolized the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. She stood alone in front of the Soul Slayer pike and faced the anxious men in the hall. Among the 6 counts, Cotterson, Hurst, and Liner's abnormalities could no longer be concealed. They exchanged anxious glances with each other, as if they could not reach an agreement for a long time. 1 second. The one-armed count still had his eyes closed and was silent. 2 seconds. Ian narrowed his eyes and exhaled rather gloomily. 3 seconds. The silent confrontation between Lisban and Nazir seemed to have come to an end, but they still did not say a word and waited quietly for the situation to unfold. Time passed. The atmosphere in the hall became increasingly unbearable. Until a suppressed laughter rose from the crowd. It was low and piercing to the ears, and it spread to the entire hall. Chapter 324. He. That laughter sounded like a person covering his mouth and trying his best to hold back his laughter in the crowd. The embarrassed Archduchess was instantly stunned. Who is it? The Northlanders, who were already feeling restless amidst the indescribable conflict, turned their heads to look for the source of the laughter. They soon found their target. Not far from Viscount Ian, a teenager sat on a chair with his arms on his knees and his chin propped up. He looked at the people and things in the hall with interest and chuckled softly. Many people saw his face clearly. Many people's expressions changed when they saw the emblem on his robe. Northlander. The teenager with the 9-pointed star emblem chuckled softly. From time to time, he imitated the Archduchess' tone and said, "Are you guys coming? Are you guys coming?" Ha 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 ha. With a mocking gaze, he looked at the Northland men in the hall from afar. He looked back with an indifferent expression. "Are you guys coming?" Ha ha ha. The teenager's delighted laughter continued to spread. It made many people's faces turn extremely livid, and he also attracted many hostile gazes. Even the Archduchess guards beside him looked at him indignantly. F***ck. Damn it. Some of the vassals cursed in low voices from the corners of the hall. Ian widened his eyes and stared at the teenager with the 9-pointed star emblem. He watched as he rocked back and forth with laughter, and saw the undisguised contempt on his face. It was as if he could not react to it. The Archduchess also stared blankly at the teenager who was laughing at her. She subconsciously retracted her arm that was holding the ring, and subconsciously pressed it against her chest. Her expression was blank, as if she was a helpless and lost person. Finally, a heavy, muffled sound rose with a loud bang. Thud. Like a heavy hammer, it shattered the oppressive atmosphere. A majestic roar exploded on the ground. Enough. Thales's laughter died down. The hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned their gazes in the direction of the Archduchess, and they were all stunned. It's him. Thales calmed his muscles, which were stiff from laughing, and thought of something. The one who interrupted him was one of the 6 counts, the usually taciturn one-armed count. I think his name is... The one-armed count raised his head. His eyes were cold, and his body exuded the bravery of a veteran. He turned to the Archduchess on the steps. My lady, I don't know you, the one-armed count said softly. His tone was cold. Pardon me, but I don't expect much from you when I met you 6 years ago or when I came to attend the hearing today. His words echoed on both sides of the hall, containing a kind of majesty that made people involuntarily turn to look at him. King Nuvan is dead, and we have to rely on a little girl from now on. Humph. Saroma's expression froze. The one-armed count's eyes were fixed on the Archduchess, completely ignoring the gaze of Earl Hurst, who was beside him. But a few seconds later, he spoke again. But I still remember the day we ascended Fort Liberté. I led the vanguard and rushed to the front line against the pouring kerosene. I lost an arm because of it. The one-armed count raised his left upper arm, which was only left with half. With a profound gaze, he said in a deep voice, but in return, the warriors of the Carcagel family were one step ahead of Prince Soria's White Blade Guards. They were the first to plant the Black Dragon flag on top of Fort Liberté's city wall. Saroma was slightly stunned. Fort Liberté. It's been 20 years. My broken arm still hurts. The one-armed count turned his head abruptly and looked at the vassals in the hall. But I have never regretted it. Beside him, Earl Hurst opened his mouth in surprise. It's been 6 years. The one-armed count's voice made many people straighten their backs. Perhaps many of us have forgotten that we are nobles and vassals, but we are also Northlanders. We are still far from degenerating to the state we once hated the most. The other 5 earls frowned one after another. Thales looked at the count, listened to his words, and smiled. With the honor of the Carcagel family as my witness. The one-armed count turned to the Archduchess coldly. His steely voice struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Since you have given the order, my lady, we will respond. Sir Roma trembled violently. Count Carcagel's expression was cold, but he raised his remaining right arm without hesitation. I promise that every man of age in Hunt County and Origami County will pick up a weapon. For the honor of your family, for the dignity of Dragon Cloud City, for your late grandfather, and for the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, we will send troops to the west. Only the sound of the vassals inhaling could be heard in the hall. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the count's right arm struck his chest fiercely. Northlander Con Carcagel, the one-armed count's resolute voice exploded in the air. I fight for you. His voice reverberated between the stone walls and shook the hall. The other 5 counts did not seem to have reacted to the situation. The other vassals were also discussing among themselves. But Sir Roma stared at the one-armed count in a daze. Her gaze gradually became lively again. He, Count Carcagel. Sir Roma could not hide the excitement in her eyes. She stuttered, but she was quickly interrupted. I'm sorry, madame. Before the shock from Carcagel faded away, another hesitant male voice spoke. The golden-bearded Count Hirsch sighed and said, Please understand, the counts. They hope that you can lower yourself to marry into a local family like us. That's because we are the ones who truly stand on the same side as you. Hirsch, who was in his 30s, was the youngest among the counts. He raised his eyes and stared at Sir Roma with sincerity and slight pain. He stared at the Archduchess, who pressed the ring tightly against her chest. The people of Dragon Cloud City are the ones who truly care about you. Sir Roma moved slightly. My lady, I also want you to know. Hirsch stared at his lady with a complicated expression. The people who can bring you glory are definitely not just outsiders from the city of faraway prayers. Sir Roma could not get over her shock. She stuttered, Hirsch, thud. Without waiting for her to speak, Hirsch thumped his chest with a resolute expression. The entire Flatiron County will respond to your call, Count Hirsch said loudly with a solemn expression. Your Grace, the Hirsch family will fight for you. Sir Roma stared blankly at the second count who spoke. A few seconds later, she snapped out of her daze. Thank you, Count Hirsch. Sir Roma tried hard to hide her excited expression. I will remember this. Hirsch did not speak. He only bowed deeply with a resolute expression. Beside him, Count Cotterson coughed softly. What you said was very reasonable, my lady. Dragon Cloud City's glory and victory can only be defended and won by us. Count Cotterson stared at Ian in disdain. So, let this conceited clown from the city of faraway prayers go to hell. He sneered and said, Prepare the place and supplies. We, Dragon Cloud City, are going to save you, whether you King want to or not. Ian blinked and revealed a helpless, embarrassed expression. Cotterson turned his head and looked at Sir Roma expressionlessly. Count Cotterson's voice was flat, but there was no hesitation. So, Phelan Castle will follow your orders and go to war. We will fight for you, my lady. Sir Roma calmed down. She smiled and nodded slightly. Count Cotterson. Thales looked at Sir Roma from afar and exhaled. If that's the case. Accident, I've pretty much ruled it out. Humph, Count Liner cut in. His words were as unpleasant and harsh as ever. You know, my lady, there's no need to make the atmosphere so solemn and tragic. It feels like we're going to hold your funeral in the next second. Ian snickered without any sense of propriety. It's the same for Wild Woodland. The Liner family will fight for you. Count Liner's eyes flashed. He glanced at the insensible air of the city of faraway prayers and said coldly, "That's all." Saroma smiled awkwardly. "Thank you, Count Liner." After the 4 counts, the vassals turned their gazes to the last 2 people, who were also the most important ones. As usual, the Leespan family will stand beside the Walton family. Regent Leespan was as gentle and polite as ever. "Wherever you look, we will follow." Saroma put on her usual trusting expression. "Seal," at this moment, ha 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 ha. Across from Leespan, Count Nazir did not bother to hide his exaggerated laughter. He slammed his chair so hard that it creaked. "I see." They would respond to the summons and head to the Alliance of Freedom. The Still family will immediately start mobilizing. 1,000 soldiers of the Dillion family will be on standby. The Hudson family of Spear City will be loyal to you. Saroma sat back in her seat. After her nervousness and excitement, her small face was flushed red. Thales looked at her quietly. He let go of the stone in his heart and smiled. "Very good. Saroma. You succeeded. We succeeded." The voices rose and fell in the hall. Thales and Ian looked at each other and sighed in relief. "All right, Dragon Cloud City will send troops to the City of Faraway Prayers," Thales said in a low voice. "With this powerful reinforcement, you can end the war against the Alliance of Freedom in a short time. And at least before the war ends and we decide who is stronger in our fight against the king, your little girlfriend won't have to worry about being forced into marriage or being kicked off the throne halfway." Ian patted his chest. He looked like he had just seen a ghost after a big battle. "How about it? My plan is not bad, right? A part of it is due to the Northlanders' sense of honor." Thales released his palm, which had fingernail marks on it. "But a bigger part of it is probably due to their disgust towards you, suitor from outside. Of course, there was also a part of it. It stemmed from the fear that Dragon Cloud City might be controlled by an outsider, and the power in their hands might be interfered with by outsiders." "Thank you for the compliment." Ian smiled smugly. "Yes. It's actually not that complicated." Thales sighed. It was just like the so-called self-defeating lesson they had in the Old Crow a few weeks ago. At the beginning of the kingdom's establishment, Constellation's northern invasion brought the divided and warring Extet together, which facilitated the unification of the strongest country in the Western Peninsula. During the Bloody Year, Extet's large-scale invasion to the south caused the tottering Constellation to fight desperately. Amid suspicion and blood, they re-established their royal family and continued the kingdom. Thales looked at the vassals in the hall and said quietly, "One of the ways to bring divided groups and forces of power together is to stimulate them strongly from the outside." For example, when he thought of this, Thales glanced at Ian Rockney, the heir of the City of Faraway Prayers. "Anyway, I'm here to be a bad guy. I don't expect to get a wife." The Viscount flashed a mischievous smile, which immediately turned into a sympathetic one. He patted Thales' shoulder. "You, on the other hand, TSK. So pitiful." Thales' expression froze. "What?" Regent Lispan's voice rang. "Then, we will discuss the specifics of sending troops with the City of Faraway Prayers." The prince coughed unnaturally. Before Ian said anything strange again, he changed the topic. "You know, I just thought of an interesting point." Ian raised his eyebrows. "Once the vassals are stubborn and refuse to send troops," Thales sighed. "Maybe you can really get a fiancé from Dragon Cloud City." The prince's gaze was a little solemn. "Then, won't you be happier?" At that moment, it was as if someone had snapped a string between the 2 teenagers. The atmosphere between them became tense. The Viscount was silent for a second before he revealed his usual smile. "Ha! Although Ian was smiling, his eyes were slowly focusing. "Oh, then you misunderstood my sincerity." Thales narrowed his eyes. "That's good. She's not a bargaining chip that you can easily use." Ian clicked his tongue. "But I'm also very curious. If the plan doesn't succeed, and the conflict between the Archduchess and the vassals can't be resolved, what will you do? Elope with her?" This time, it was Thales who raised his eyebrows. "Hey, about that." The prince shrugged. "You know, a long time ago, a friend from Camus Union told me that even if it's a business deal that's in the bag, you must leave a backup plan." Ian furrowed his brows. Thales exhaled. "Exdet, or rather, Dragon Cloud City's politics are really straightforward. At least, Northlanders are Northlanders, after all." Thales glanced at the seats of the 6 counts. Everyone put their bargaining chips and attitudes on the table, which made things much simpler. Unlike, at this moment, the side door of the Hall of Heroes suddenly opened. A noble dressed in the city of faraway prayers walked in with an anxious expression. Many of the vassals, who were quietly listening to Regent Lisbon's arrangements, noticed this. The noble walked to the seats of the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers, took out a letter, and handed it to the knight sitting at the first seat, the Raven of Death, Nate Monty. Monty immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. He tore open the letter, and his expression changed drastically. "Hey!" Thales frowned. He nudged Ian. "What's going on?" "That's the messenger in charge of transmitting military intelligence." Ian also watched the scene over there with a solemn expression. "Judging by his expression, there's been a change in the war." "War?" Thales was shocked. "The Alliance of Freedom." Ian nodded uneasily. Where else could it be? More and more people in the hall noticed the newcomer. In the next second, Monty's expression changed drastically, and he stood up abruptly. This made everyone in the hall, who was discussing whether to send troops, pause. "Sorry for the interruption." The Raven of Death waved his hand at the astonished Regent Lisban in a rather rude manner. He then looked at Ian with a solemn expression and strode forward. Nicholas, who was on the stairs, watched his old friend's actions. His pupils shrank. Monty was a scout, and he carried out the most dangerous missions during wartime. Something that can make him lose his composure like this, not much. Under the puzzled gazes of the Archduchess and the many vassals, Monty strode over to Ian, who did not know what was going on. He handed over the letter and said coldly and loudly, "You need to read this immediately and explain to Dragon Cloud City." When he said this, Monty's cold gaze swept over Thales. Thales shuddered. The feeling of being watched rose in his heart again. The prince smiled awkwardly, raised his hands, and took a step back. All right, I won't read it." But things were not that simple. No. Ian read the letter in his hand and raised his head with a pale face. "This is," Monty nodded expressionlessly. His gaze, like that of a hunter, never left Thales. It was as if he wanted to skin him alive. Ralph sensed that the situation was not right. He took a step closer to the prince. The other vassals in the hall exchanged puzzled glances. Lisban coughed. Ian put down the letter with trembling hands. Thales only then noticed that he was already drenched in cold sweat. Ian raised his eyes and looked at the seated Archduchess. Then, he turned to Thales in panic. "You know." His gaze was very complicated. There was suspicion, anger, and even conflict in it. The puzzled Thales raised his eyebrows. "Know what?" Ian took a deep breath and shook his head, as if he wanted to wake himself up. "If you don't know." The air of the city of faraway prayers gritted his teeth. "All right, Monty, I will tell the Archduchess later, slap. His shoulder was immediately seized by the Raven of Death. Ian shuddered and looked up at Monty in shock. Now is not the time for you to be willful, Ian. Monty's voice was very gloomy, and there was a sternness that allowed no refusal. Dragon Cloud City has just promised to send troops, so they must know. This is not something that can be hidden from the public. Ian hesitated. But Monty did not waste any more words. He snatched the letter from Ian's hand without any hesitation. All right, then I'll do it. Wait, without waiting for Ian to speak, Monty pushed the bewildered Ian down from his seat. The latter's struggle was completely futile against the knight. From the beginning to the end, Thales watched the scene in the city of faraway prayers in shock and bewilderment. Monty's gaze still made him feel fearful. What's wrong? That letter, what exactly is? At this moment, Regent Lisbon's voice traveled into their ears from afar. Lord Monty, we have heard of your reputation for a long time. However, this is Heroic Spirit Palace's Hall of Heroes. The regent attracted everyone's attention. He asked faintly, is there anything we need to know? Monty glanced at Thales again, then turned around abruptly to face the hall. Yes. The brunette knight raised the letter in his hand and said coldly, an urgent military intelligence just came from the city of faraway prayers. Count Nazir's gaze froze. Military intelligence. Monty nodded and strode forward. Thales noticed that Ian was clenching his fists tightly. His gaze moved back and forth between him and the Archduchess. A few days ago, we detected a third army in the desert to the south of the city of faraway prayers. The Raven of Death's expression was horrified, as if he saw the day before the bitter cold winter coming. 4 to 5,000 light cavaliers, maybe more. We are certain that they are our enemies, and they are here for the Alliance of Freedom. The hall instantly fell silent. Thales also frowned. For the Alliance of Freedom. Wait, 20 years ago, Camus Union and White Mountain supported the Alliance of Freedom, which means, but the suzerains who were familiar with military affairs immediately grasped the main point. Cavaliers in the desert. 5,000. Count Carcagel was shocked. He slammed his remaining right arm on the chair. How is this possible? Monty snorted coldly. Not only that, they are all elites. They are skilled in galloping, and they come and go like the wind. They are eyeing us covetously between the city of faraway prayers and Fort Liberté. Almost all the vassals furrowed their brows. The Archduchess looked at her regent with a bewildered expression. It is impossible for the desert bandits, Baron Bone tribe, and orcs to have cavaliers of this scale. The direction from Camus Union is not right. The Golden Passage does not have such a force. Lisban, who was familiar with the geography, looked at Monty with a solemn expression. Where did these cavaliers come from? The Raven of Death exhaled and clenched his teeth. His expression was ferocious. This is what I want to say. Monty raised the letter and said through gritted teeth, they should have come from the southeast and crossed a part of the desert. The vassals were all shocked. Thales frowned and quickly recalled the geography of the continent. To the west of the city of faraway prayers is the Alliance of Freedom, and to the south is the Great Desert. If the cavaliers who appeared in the desert came from the southeast, southeast? Crossed a part of the desert. Isn't that, but before he could straighten out his thoughts, Monty snorted angrily with a fierce expression, the flags of those cavaliers are blue with white edges, silver cross double stars. At that moment, Thales clearly felt his heart tremble. Thud. The hall fell silent for a moment. In the next second, Regent Lisban, who had always been steady, could no longer maintain his image. He shuddered and cried out to Monty, what? In a split second, the gazes of the Archduchess and the vassals in the hall, the gazes of the city of faraway prayers diplomat group and the guards of Heroic Spirit Palace instinctively turned to Monty. They turned to the only guest who did not fit in with the hall. Monty's next words sounded faintly in Thales' ears, as if they came from the horizon. That's right, things are already very clear. The powerful support behind the Alliance of Freedom, including the mastermind behind the rebellion against Extet, the Raven of Death said faintly, Constellation. At that moment, he faced countless shocked, puzzled, and hostile gazes. The dumbfounded, absent-minded, and stiff Prince of Constellation could only hear his own heart beating. Chapter 325. After a brief silence, the Hall of Heroes burst into an uproar. What? That means, but that boy clearly, but no one's emotions could compare to what Thales Jadestar felt at that moment. At that moment, the prince almost lost control of his body. Then, the sin of Hell's river surged into his body uninvited. To him, the whole world seemed to have stopped at that moment. Only his thoughts spun quickly. Constellation. The Alliance of Freedom supporter. With the help of the mysterious power of eradication, Thales, who was drenched in cold sweat, tried his best to control his breathing to make sure that he did not lose his composure. Countless questions rose in his mind. What's going on? What's going on? In other words, at the head of the hall, the golden-bearded Count Hurst furrowed his eyebrows and looked angrily at Monty, who brought the news. The cowards of the Alliance of Freedom, the reason why they have the confidence to tear up the agreement is because they have the support of the Empire. The Raven of Death shrugged and said in a gloomy tone, It's obvious. The indignant discussions in the hall rose to another level. What's going on? F***ck the Empire. Are they crazy? Their only heir is still, is it an all-out war? Then what's our next step? Are we still going to the city of faraway prayers? Thales took a deep breath with a dazed expression. Constellation, the Alliance of Freedom, Extet, regardless of whether it was the information he obtained under Heroic Spirit Palace's strict surveillance, the news Putre, whom he had not seen for years, or the news he obtained from Dragon Cloud City, there was not a single clue that pointed to this answer. He did not receive any hints. Just like the dragon's blood 6 years ago. To him, this was truly an accident. How interesting. Count Liner, who had always been expressionless, did not hide his terrible emotions this time. His face was contorted as he stared at Thales. On the surface, you sent your son to Dragon Cloud City, but behind the scenes, you are still tirelessly making moves. Liner sneered maliciously and said, as expected of the heir of the Empire. As for us, we thought that we had the safest bargaining chip. We thought that the Constellations would behave themselves, but in the end, we were played like fools. Just like the previous war. Isn't that so, little prince? The atmosphere in the hall became more and more solemn. With a stiff expression, Thales raised his head with great difficulty and responded to the various surprised or angry expressions in the hall. Lisbon's doubts, Nicholas' gritted teeth, Nazir's contemplative look, and even Monty's unsettling hunter's gaze seemed to be much gentler compared to them, and the Archduchess' disbelieving and helpless gaze. No. Thelma. Hey, you, Jadestar. Count Cotterson stood up abruptly and glared angrily at the stiffened prince in the corner. What the F***ck do you know about the Alliance of Freedom and your crazy father's army? Did you guys plan this? Thales clenched his fists. The beads of sweat on his forehead became denser and denser. No. I don't know anything. Everything, but before the words left his mouth, the prince clenched his teeth. No. Now was not the time to panic, nor was it the time to cry injustice. Just as I thought, the accident happened. What I needed to do was to deal with it and minimize the damage. Calm down, Thales. Calm down. Hey. Cotterson said angrily, are you mute? His voice represented the rage in the Northlanders' hearts at that moment, and it echoed in the hall. The prince raised his head abruptly, but he saw a panicked and helpless gaze in Saroma's eyes. The Archduchess subconsciously looked at Thales, then at the equally solemn Leaspan. She looked helpless. Seeing how fearless he is, perhaps Dragon Cloud City is too kind to him. Count Liner clenched his fists, and terrifying cracking sounds came from his knuckles. He said softly, "Perhaps we should return to the Northlanders' tradition. Do something a little more forceful." Thales did not answer. The Northlanders' gazes on the Prince of Constellation became fiercer and fiercer, including the Archduchess guards who protected him. In this atmosphere, even the equally shocked Ralph subconsciously pressed down on his arm. Under everyone's gazes, the second prince could only try his best to remain calm and maintain the most basic of thoughts. He did not even have time to care about Ian, who was also sweating profusely and constantly tugging at his sleeves. If that's the case, something is wrong. Very wrong. The Alliance of Freedom's rebellion, the City of Faraway Prayer's war problem, Dragon Cloud City's power storm, Black Sand Region's respite, all of them actually originate from these different targets, different motives, different actions, but they all converged in the same place. Where is the connection? Where is the truth that the clues point to? Where is the key to the matter? In the face of the prince's silence, Count Cotterson seemed to become more and more impatient. He suddenly took a step forward. Not cooperating. Cotterson revealed a ferocious expression that had never been seen before. He gestured at Thales with his lips, gritted his teeth, and said word by word, "Very well, then tear him apart, until he opens his mouth." This sentence seemed to ignite the already explosive atmosphere. That's right. Many of the vassals of Dragon Cloud City also gritted their teeth in anger. One after another, they stood up and let out a tidal wave of agreement. *CK him. How dare he toy with us, then he will pay the price. Show the Northlanders' attitude. Nicholas wanted to maintain order, but he was powerless. Ralph stood nervously behind Thales. In the face of the Northlanders' anger, he seemed ready to stake everything on one throw at any moment. What should we do? This was his sign language. But the main character of the matter, Thales, did not move. He seemed to have restrained all his emotions and held back all his reactions. Like a stone statue, he sat stiffly on the spot, ignoring the curses and insults that came like a raging wave. Like a stone statue. Son of AB*TCH from the Empire. Nail him to the city gate. Let the Constellations have a taste of torture, hypocritical cowards. The waves of voices continued. Like a never-ending torrent, they slammed against the reef again and again. They were merciless, cruel, shocking, and terrifying. Thales, who was at the center of the waves, only remained silent. It was as if the world had nothing to do with him. The chaotic hall was filled with anger and hatred. Then, a sharp and out-of-control female voice tore through the noisy curses and malicious words like a rainbow that cut through the dark clouds. It resounded fiercely in the Hall of Heroes. Enough, Thales shuddered. Everyone was shocked. They subconsciously turned their heads to look at the highest seat. There, the young Archduchess had left her seat at some point in time. She clenched her fists and waved them by her side. She gritted her teeth, and her face was contorted. At that moment, Saroma Walton was like a desperate lioness guarding a pride of lions. She roared rather hysterically, "This is the Hall of Heroes. All of you, shut the *CK up. Shut up." The Archduchess' voice echoed among the pillars. The vassals' curses instantly subsided. The hall returned to silence. Only the young lady's rapid and trembling breathing could be heard in front of the highest seat. Everyone stared blankly at the Archduchess, who had lost control of her emotions. They watched as she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes red, and her gaze swept across the hall angrily. It was as if they had gotten to know their suzerain again. "TSK, TSK. Monty, the Raven of Death, stared at Saroma, whose mouth opened and closed, unable to calm down for a long time. He sighed with emotion in a soft voice, even if she's a lady, she's still a Walton. Thales, on the other hand, had his mouth slightly agape. He stared at the agitated young lady from afar. His emotions were complicated. Saroma. No, at this moment, you should be. What the F***ck is this? Ian whispered in exasperation behind Thales, about the Alliance of Freedom, you said, didn't you hear what the Archduchess said? However, this time, Thales only shook his head coldly. Shut up. Ian was stunned. Finally, a steady cough broke the silence. Sit back down, Cotter-san, and everyone else. The regent's stern voice rang out. Whether it is temperamental or bullying the weak, they are all acts of cowards. The Northlanders are not despicable to that extent. Count Leespan stood in front of Cotter-san and said flatly, we will decide how to deal with this matter after discussing it with the lady. Since it has already happened, no matter how we punish him, it will be useless. Before that, Prince Thales is still our guest. The regent's words made Cotter-san frown. He's right, the old Count Nazir agreed coldly. It's just a piece of military intelligence. Look at how anxious all of you are. If King Nuvan was still here, the words of the two powerful vassals calmed the irritation and anger in the hall. The vassals returned to their seats one after another, but the gazes directed at Thales did not decrease in the slightest. Thales closed his eyes, but his brain spun faster and faster. Unexpected. If it comes to that, my lady, Leespan turned around and gently hinted at Saroma. Saroma took a deep breath and restrained herself from losing her composure just now. With an unpleasant expression, she sat down with Nicholas' help. She glanced at Thales. The expression in her eyes was hard to read. Lord Monty. After Count Leespan restored order in the hall, he turned to the indifferent Raven of Death. Are you sure that the city of faraway prayers is Constellation's army? The regent asked steadily, is there a possibility that someone else is in disguise? Like Camus Union. You know what I used to do, right? Monty scratched the back of his head and gestured at Nicholas, who was on the stairs. What do you think is the possibility that we got the wrong target? The vassals frowned together. 5,000 light cavaliers. It's impossible for them to be local nobles. It can only be. Count Liner looked at Monty with scrutiny and suspicion. Did you fight? Monty shook his head. Over the past few days, that group of Constellations did not even get close to Fort Liberté. They only watched from afar and continuously sent out roaming cavaliers to investigate. The Raven of Death looked at the letter in his hand and clicked his tongue. The distance between Blade Fang's camp and Fort Liberté. God knows how they replenished their supplies in the desert. When they heard this, many of the nobles were slightly stunned. Roaming, patrolling, avoiding battle, and stabbing the enemy in the back at the critical moment. The one who spoke was Count Nazir. The old man rubbed his chin and his gaze moved slightly. Doesn't this tactic sound familiar? For example, 18 years ago. The hall was silent again. Many people lowered their heads. Count Cotter-san closed his eyes and sighed. F***ck, Thales thought of something. Are Sonia Cecire and her guards still in Broken Dragon Fortress? Where did they get 5,000 cavaliers, even if they're all light cavaliers, to stuff them into the desert? The youngest Count Hurst furrowed his brows and subconsciously turned his head to look for that figure. It's impossible for there to be no news of such a large-scale mobilization of soldiers. What about the secret room? Madame Kalshan, Hurst realized that he had said the wrong thing, and he stopped himself in time. A few seconds later, Monty snorted softly. Whether it's the fortress or the secret room, you should ask the king. Black Sand region knows best. The vassals in the hall fell silent again. That's right. The throne is no longer in Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City. The secret room, which only serves Extet, is naturally the same. Everyone felt dejected. This is Dragon Cloud City after King Nuvan passed away. When he heard this, Count Lisban heaved a long sigh. This is no longer important. What's important is that if Constellation is involved. The regent stared at the bleak Archduchess with a solemn expression. Then our next expedition to the west, the vassals' discussions rose in the hall again. Count Liner sneered. Think about it. When we are attacking the city, there are 5,000 people in the desert in the south watching us calmly, waiting to attack us at any time. And behind them, there might be the entire constellation. Count Liner sneered. 20 years ago, even if we had 3 archdukes working together, because of the intervention of the White Elves and Camus Union, the war still dragged on for nearly a year. He narrowed his eyes, as if he was remembering that year. Guess how long Constellation can drag on for? 2 years. 3 years. The king must be very happy to see this. The diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers looked at each other. Their expressions were unpleasant. The atmosphere in the hall became more and more oppressive. Thales ignored the hostile gazes that swept at him from time to time and quickly rearranged the information he knew. Things will not be that simple, nor will they be that complicated. It's just that the chessboard needs to be elevated a little. I originally thought that this was a storm between Extet and the Alliance of Freedom, or even within Extet. The Alliance of Freedom fought for independence, Black Sand region fought for survival, the city of faraway prayers fought for their own interests, Dragon Cloud City fought for the balance of power, and the other archdukes longed to watch the king weaken and Dragon Cloud City split. And now, Constellation has to be added to the mix. Then, in this storm, where is Constellation's greatest interest? This is just an optimistic situation. Count Cotterson counted with his fingers, as if he was talking to himself as he calculated the numbers. If the other side is really Constellation, which has turned out in full force after the bloody year, worse still, if we include the White Elves, who suffered losses in the previous war, and the 4 northern cities of Camus Union, who made bets based on the situation, and we only have Dragon Cloud City and the city of faraway prayers. Count Nazir watched him calculate the chips and let out a long sigh. He said the words that made many Northlanders feel indignant. When was the last time Extet lost a war? No one spoke. Thawed. The one-armed Count Carcagel punched the arm of his chair, causing a dull thud. His ghastly pale face told of his current mood. The vassals clenched their fists. The situation has become complicated. Count Lisban's expression did not change as he said flatly. Nazir nodded. It was rare for 2 old friends and old rivals to agree on the same thing. Thales was still thinking quickly. One after another, guesses surfaced in his mind. If the plan to dispatch troops remains unchanged, we will need to readjust the deployment of our military forces, including the quality of the soldiers we recruit. The old count's tone was solemn. Our enemies are the Alliance of Freedom and Constellation. The difference between these two is not insignificant. You mean, retreat? Lisban's words traveled into his ears steadily. I did not say that. After all, the lady has already made a promise, and this concerns the honor of Dragon Cloud City and the Walton family, Count Nazir said solemnly. But if we still want to dispatch troops to fight, we cannot deal with it carelessly like we did before. After all, the opponent we are facing is our old enemy of nearly 700 years. The shield of the Western Peninsula, the descendant of the Empire. No one spoke again. Only the Raven of Death shook his head and exhaled. The heir of the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney, widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked at Thales, then at Saroma on the stairs. How can this be? On the Archduchess' seat, Saroma looked stunned. At this moment, no. Count Liner raised his head and attracted the attention of the entire hall. The problem is actually very simple. The Count, whose expression was cold and whose words were as sharp as knives, looked at Thales again and said profoundly, "We do not need to send more troops, nor do we need to hesitate." Thales' scalp tensed. "It's here. This is what I'm most worried about after everything happened." Many people moved slightly. Constellation has an army that is here to stir up trouble. And we have their heir. Count Liner said coldly, "Prince Thales Jadestar, right? A name that has never appeared in the Jadestar family tree." At that moment, Thales felt the gazes on him become even colder. Count Hurst was stunned. "You mean," Count Liner sighed. "Chop off one of his hands and send it to Eternal Star City. Tell his crazy father to retreat immediately. Problem solved." At that moment, the Archduchess turned her head abruptly and stared at Thales in disbelief. But Thales was still unmoved. So, the Archduchess anxiously looked at her regent, but Count Leespan only shook his head slightly, signaling for her to calm down. The Northlanders quietened down and looked at Thales with increasingly strange gazes. Among them, Monty, the Raven of Death, flashed him a strange smile. He still looked like a hunter looking at his prey. Thales sighed. "Hey, enough is enough." Finally, Count Hurst could not help but say, "This is not in line with the Northlanders' way of doing things. The ignorant era where the Iron Blood King dug out his heart and drank wine has passed for more than 3,000 years. Count Liner shook his head. "This is his use. Thank the gods, after wasting 6 years of food, this precious hostage is finally put to use." Thales clenched his fists. "Wait a minute, that's the Iron Hand King who executed 300 nobles in one night. It is said that the lunatic watched the entire execution without blinking." Count Kotterson snorted coldly and disrespectfully. "If he really has a heart of stone like the rumors, and refuses to retreat even after this," Count Liner laughed. "Enough, all of you." Count Hirsch snorted impatiently. "Release him in exchange for a retreat, or just kill him to show our attitude. We are dissatisfied with the Constellations, so we torture a child to vent our anger. What is this all about?" Count Liner sneered. "This is not venting our anger. Besides, we are releasing him." There was a cold glare in his eyes. "It's just that we are releasing him in installments." Count Hurst furrowed his brows. "Installments? If one letter is not convincing enough, then 2, 3, 4, anyway, aside from his palms, he also has arms, legs, feet, eyes, nose, ears." Count Liner's cold words echoed in Thales' ears. "Every time he writes a letter, we will release a part of the prince in installments. Until King Kessel retreats. Or he dies." Chapter 326. The hall fell into silence once again. Thales closed his eyes, as if he was tormented by his own fate. But no one knew that at the moment Count Liner made his cruel suggestion, the second prince of Constellation finally figured out one thing. "Connect," he said in his heart. The fight in Black Sand region, Constellation's interference, the Alliance of Freedom's rebellion, the war in the City of Faraway Prayers, the storm in Dragon Cloud City, most of the things were connected. They all pointed to a key point. That was, Thales clenched his fists. "Is it really as I thought?" But if that's the case, at this moment, a clear female voice rang in his ears. "No." This made the nervous Thales open his eyes and snap out of his daze. He raised his head in shock and looked at the Archduchess' throne at the highest point. Many other vassals did the same. "No," a clear and decisive voice echoed in the hall. It was Saroma. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and looked conflicted. Her gaze kept moving between the vassals. Count Liner, who had threatened to release Thales in installments, was slightly stunned. "My lady." Saroma stared at Thales in a daze. But after a few breaths, she seemed to have made up her mind. She turned her head and took a deep breath. "Everyone, 6 years ago, before the king and the 4 archdukes, I made a promise in the name of the archduchess." The archduchess seemed to be a little stuttering and nervous, a stark contrast to her previous unyielding attitude. But she still tried hard to suppress her trembling and said anxiously, "I promised, Thales. Thales will be Dragon Cloud City's guest. I will be responsible for his safety. In Dragon Cloud City, before my eyes." The young girl's face was taut, and she shouted with all her might. "He won't, and he shouldn't be hurt." Once she said this, the vassals had different reactions. Among them, the 6 counts had the most complicated expressions. "Promise." "The Archduchess." Thales stared at Saroma, who was forcing herself to remain calm. He felt anxious and fearful. "Saroma. You. Be responsible for his safety." Count Liner seemed to be very dissatisfied with this sentence. His eyebrows were almost raised. "Forgive me for being blunt, my lady, but what about our safety? What about the safety of those warriors who risked their lives to fight for your honor?" The vassals seemed to resonate with Count Liner's words. They all nodded and grunted in response. Count Nazir looked at the Archduchess with a strange expression. He seemed to be hesitating about something. Count Liner said in an overbearing manner, "That's right. And where do you put these?" Saroma's face turned pale. "Don't tell me that in your heart, this Prince of Constellation is more." Leesband saw that the situation was not right and decisively reprimanded, "Liner." Liner snorted angrily. He turned his head around and looked at Thales with hostility again. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became very awkward. No one wanted to speak. Beside Thales, Ian looked at the situation in the hall and exhaled heavily. The Viscount knocked on the seat of his chair in dissatisfaction, venting his dissatisfaction with the unexpected situation. Damn it. This was probably the only time he looked like a Northlander. Thales only lowered his head and listened quietly. He did not pay attention to the argument in the hall. After a few seconds, the embarrassed Archduchess seemed to have adjusted her emotions. "I will negotiate with Constellation," she said softly. "But before that, my guests will not be harmed in any way. But before that, my guests will not be harmed in any way." The Archduchess raised her head and gritted her teeth. "This is our bottom line." The vassals frowned. Thales sighed. "This is bad." "Saroma, no. If you insist on this. Negotiate." This time, the person who spoke was Monty from the City of Faraway Prayers. "It will take about a month to travel from Dragon Cloud City to Eternal Star City." Monty crossed his arms and stood in the middle of the hall. He ignored the strange expressions of the nobles on both sides and said coldly, "And the military situation is urgent. And the military situation is urgent. You can wait, but my subordinates and comrades can't. Moreover, we cannot turn this war that we must win into a permanent burden and let the real enemy succeed." He did not clearly state who the real enemy was. Saroma was instantly speechless. The vassals began to discuss among themselves again. Ian frowned and wanted to say something, but under Monty's fierce gaze, he did not speak in the end. The pressure was back on Thales. The mean Count Cotterson snorted softly and sneered. "Very reasonable." "So?" He shrugged and turned to Liner. "The simplest way is to send our attitude along with the letter. Are you sure that chopping off only one hand will work?" Count Liner smiled back at him. Thales sighed. "We're back to this topic again. Someone must let them know that Northlanders do what they say, but they were interrupted by the Archduchess once again. No. Saroma clenched her teeth. Beads of sweat could be seen on her forehead, as if she was going through a very intense struggle. It's not that simple. The vassals showed puzzled gazes again. The young lady glanced at Thales. The anxiety and nervousness in her eyes did not decrease in the slightest. The Archduchess panted and tried hard to convince the men in the hall. I remember that King Kessel once promised that anyone who endangers Prince Thales' safety will become Constellation's eternal enemy. His head will be the condition for the next king of Constellation to be crowned. We must be cautious. This sentence seemed to have quite an effect. At least, the vassals who had been glaring at Thales and speaking rudely stopped talking and began to think about more problems. Thales was the only one who looked at the Archduchess with a complicated expression. He felt rather upset. She's protecting me. Even if this will endanger the little bit of popularity she built up with great difficulty today. She's protecting me. But, Saroma, finally, Count Leesban broke the awkward atmosphere. My lady's considerations are reasonable. The former Prime Minister and current regent, who had worked diligently for Dragon Cloud City for decades, coughed. Leesban raised his gaze and swept his gaze across every vassal. If that king is really cold-blooded and does not care about the kingdom's future or his son's life, then no matter how many times we release this prince, the result will be the same. In the end, we will be the ones who will be forced into a dead end. Is Dragon Cloud City really prepared to take the prince's head and become the target of public criticism? The hall fell into silence again. The Archduchess cast a grateful glance at Leesban. That's right, Seal. I mean it. Leesban only nodded mildly. This made the other counts frown and cast dissatisfied glances at the regent. But the girls still breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Thales doesn't have to. But then she was slightly startled. Thales was staring at her from afar. The Prince of Constellation sighed. With a hesitant expression, he shook his head gently at her. No, Saroma. Don't. Thales thought quietly. Saroma was stunned in her seat as she watched the prince's actions. She remembered what Thales said earlier. Promise me, Saroma. On the next day of the council hearing, no matter what happens, don't do anything stupid. She looked at Thales, who shook his head helplessly. She could not help but bite her lower lip. Don't care about others. Don't care about anything else. Don't hesitate or hesitate. In that case, you, Thales, are you the other people you mentioned? The girl thought bitterly. In the corner of the hall, Thales was still shaking his head gently. Just choose the path that suits you and the Archduchess the most. That's enough. I will solve the rest of the problems. Saroma struggled to look at Thales. But Thales, the current you, can't even protect yourself. Oh, my lady. This time, the one who spoke was Monty. The vanguard of the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group deliberately raised his eyebrows. But didn't you summon the vassals to Dragon Cloud City precisely to restore your father's glory and boldness and to prove that you are a qualified ruler? The Raven of Death clicked his tongue and said, and now, in the face of the Empire's empty threats, you are backing down and afraid? Were all those words about protecting the family's honor just for fun? Dissatisfied discussions immediately rose in the hall. The vassals' expressions became much more unpleasant. Saroma clenched her teeth again. Her face was tense. Show some respect, Raven of Death, the golden-bearded Count Hurst reprimanded in displeasure. You once served in the White Blade Guards and received King Nuven's kindness. There is no reason for you to make things difficult for his granddaughter. Speaking of this, you must know that I left the White Blade Guards in Dragon Cloud City for more than 10 years. Monty shook his head at the Archduchess with a mocking expression. He did not hide his disdainful tone at all. Compared to the past, all of you are really old and much more sentimental. I even suspect. Nicholas' expression changed while he stood beside the Archduchess. He said in a deep and unquestionable tone, "Shut up, Monty." When he heard his old superior's words, Monty immediately stopped talking. He snorted softly and did not speak again. Thales could not help but size up the Raven of Death with his fierce gaze. Something is not right. He once again felt that something was not right about this visitor from the city of faraway prayers. But, what exactly is wrong? At this moment, Count Carcagel, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly raised his head. "Then let's bring him along." The one-armed count said fiercely, "Bring him to the west." Everyone in the hall, including the Archduchess, Thales, and Ian, was shocked. The surprise lasted for a few seconds. Count Leespan frowned and said, "Bring him along." "Do you mean?" The one-armed count nodded and said coldly, "We will march with this prince to solve the problem of the Alliance of Freedom. We will bring him along to attack the city, bring him along to fight, bring him along to kill the enemy. We will leave the problem to the Constellations opposite Fort Liberté, who are holding the double cross-shaped star's flag." The Archduchess trembled and cried out involuntarily, "What?" The vassals' gazes were cast on Thales. Thales was shocked. His expression changed slightly. "We will let the possible enemies on the battlefield know that their prince is in our hands," Carcagel said coldly. "If they do not want to see any tragedies or accidents happen, then it is best for them to know their place. Wait for us to get rid of those cowards in Fort Liberté." The moment he finished speaking, it was as if the hall was covered with a layer of ice. "Ha!" Monty laughed out loud. "I like this idea. Things that cannot be solved at the negotiation table, of course, must be solved on the battlefield." Saroma revealed a look of disbelief. She subconsciously glanced at Thales, then at Carcagel. Leespan and Nazir glanced at each other, each deep in thought. "Perhaps this is a good idea," the old Count Nazir said faintly a few seconds later. "Indeed, my lady, your promise back then is very important. It is also best for Prince Thales' safety not to be destroyed in our hands." Compared to an awkward negotiation that involves all parties and the outcome is unknown, bringing the prince to the front line as a bargaining chip is more effective. Count Leespan, who was listening by the side, sighed. On the other side, Count Liner's expression was still calm, but his words were sharp. He looked at Saroma's panicked expression and chuckled. "Very reasonable. If Prince Thales were to meet with an accident because of his battle with the Constellations, what would happen to him? The responsibility will not be on our side." Thales closed his eyes again and exhaled. When the vassals agreed to send troops, there was a moment when he thought that they had already won. However, accidents always come suddenly. The Archduchess widened her eyes and subconsciously shook her head. How are you going to deal with him?" Upon hearing the Archduchess' words, the counts frowned. Carcagel's deep voice seemed to have some kind of power that made people shudder. "If the other party restrains themselves, then we will act as usual. We will take him for a walk." The hall was silent for a moment. Saroma gulped. The Archduchess' voice rang again. "What if the other party does not restrain themselves?" Count Liner sneered, while Count Cotterson shrugged. "Then we will do what we should do," Carcagel said coldly. "As long as we conquer Fort Liberté, everything will be over." "What we should do?" Thales lowered his head in silence and did not speak. "What should I do? If I want to solve the current predicament, I must pay a corresponding price. The problem is, do I have to take that step? That is," Count Hirsch stared at the Archduchess' expression. His golden beard trembled and he frowned. "I think it is feasible." Saroma clenched her teeth. Seal, she said to the last count with great difficulty, do you agree as well? My lady. Regent Leespan looked at the young girl with a serious expression. This is the best method for now. Countless people will rush to the battlefield for you, so you must consider their lives for the sake of the war. No problem. Ian appeared at this moment. His eyes brightened. He coughed softly and smiled again. The city of faraway prayers will welcome your highness' presence. Thales clenched his fists. He raised his head and looked at Saroma nervously, waiting for her response. Saroma also looked back at him hesitantly. Their gazes met in the air. Thales sighed and shook his head gently. No, Saroma. Don't do this because of... A few seconds later, the Archduchess' expression became firm again. She looked at Thales and shook her head too. Thales' heart trembled. He understood her response. No. The Archduchess raised her head abruptly. Thales, he must stay in Dragon Cloud City. Stay in Heroic Spirit Palace. Saroma's expression was firm as she said resolutely, and I promise that I will personally write a letter to King Kessel and remind him that his heir is still with us. I will use all means to ensure that Constellation will not pose a threat to our war. Thales closed his eyes. The vassals' expressions changed at the same time. They stared at their female ruler with unfamiliar and dissatisfied gazes. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to have returned to the time before Ian proposed. Thales heaved a long sigh. Saroma. If you do this will make our previous efforts, hey. Thales opened his eyes gently. He gestured at Ralph behind him. Go. The Phantom Wind follower was slightly stunned. He nervously looked at the various hostile gazes in the hall, but still bowed slightly and left with his back against the wall. Thales exhaled. In the end, it still came to this. His fists were trembling. Well, my lady, your relationship with him and this Prince of Constellation is quite good. Monty sneered. Just like the rumors say. These words were like pouring oil on the fire, making the atmosphere in the hall even more solemn and solemn. Leespan saw that the atmosphere in the hall was becoming more and more off. He quickly coughed and interrupted the Raven of Death. My lady, I don't like to say this, but someone interrupted the regent even faster. For the sake of the gods, you have said no many times about this matter. Across from Leespan, Count Nazir frowned and spoke slowly. As the ruler, my lady, of course you have the right to say no, and force us to carry out your will. The old count enunciated each word, as though he cherished every word in his words. But please remember, every time you say it, you have to pay a price. It's just that some of the prices are visible and visible, while some are invisible. Under the Archduchess' shocked gaze, Count Nazir said flatly, unless you have the ability to fool your people again and again, otherwise, if you pay too many of these prices, one day, they will accumulate into a huge debt that even someone as noble as you cannot repay. Saroma gathered her hands under her sleeves. Her expression was unpleasant. Count Nazir did not give the young girl a chance to speak. Instead, he spoke his words one by one. Among the 6 counts, Nazir's words were not as soothing as Lispan's, not as gentle and polite as Count Hurst's, not as ear-piercing as Count Liner's, not as harsh and unpleasant as Cotterson's, and not as shocking and powerful as Carcagel's, but they seemed to contain a special power that could not be rejected. They could not help but be moved. And those we are talking about, my lady. Those are the soldiers of Dragon Cloud City, Nazir said softly. The decision we make here concerns their lives. Do you really understand the price of saying no here? Saroma was stunned. Those are the sons of countless mothers, the husbands of countless wives, and the fathers of countless daughters. The old count spoke very slowly, but every word he said made the vassals consciously listen to him quietly. These Northlanders, all left their homeland in response to your summons and rushed to other places. Saroma's breathing became chaotic. She stared at Nazir in a daze. She felt as if there was a heavy stone weighing 1,000 pounds pressing down on her from the air. Nazir raised his head gently and said slowly, "And no matter what the reason is, you should not disregard your people who are loyal to you for an outsider, a hostage of an enemy country. And the price of doing so," he stared at the Archduchess with a piercing gaze. "Perhaps it will make your people and all those who are willing to fight for you bitterly disappointed. Then, they will disregard you and their ruler." Once he said this, the gazes of the vassals on Saroma instantly changed. Saroma, on the other hand, stared at the Count in a daze. She was drenched in cold sweat, and her lips trembled. Old Count Nazir sighed slowly. "Until one day, the accumulated debts of these prices exceed the grace you and your family have given us, and exceed our loyalty to you and your family. At that time, no one will be willing to fight for you anymore. Isn't that so?" The hall became quiet. No one spoke anymore. In the corner, Thales closed his eyes expressionlessly and shook his head slowly. Chapter 327. The young lady was obviously anxious. Saroma's breathing became faster and faster. She subconsciously shook her head. "But, Count, no," but her hesitation only lasted for a few seconds. The Archduchess raised her head again and spoke in a firm tone. "Count Nazir, you don't understand." Her words were somewhat incoherent, but the unyielding attitude in them made Lisbeth frown. "If it weren't for Prince Thale's help, there would be no me, and there would be no Dragon Cloud City today." Thales was shocked. The moment she finished speaking, the entire hall seemed to have turned cold. Count Lisbeth heaved a heavy sigh, while Nazir's expression was extremely unpleasant. The other counts were not willing to give in. More and more Northlanders turned to Thales again. But the gazes that gathered on him became more and more ominous. "Silly girl." Ian put his hand on his forehead in annoyance. He nudged Thales and whispered, "Yes, perhaps she can protect you from war, but if she has to sacrifice her prestige and power for this, and lose the support of all of Dragon Cloud City, then what is the point of everything we do today?" Thales did not answer. He just chased all the unnecessary emotions out of his mind and quietly looked at the Archduchess, who refused to back down. "Madam, Lady Saroma Walton, you said," old Count Nazir called her by her full name and narrowed his eyes. "Without him, we wouldn't be here today." Nazir softly repeated Saroma's words. Saroma took a deep breath. Her face was pale. "Yes, all of you may not know, but Seal knows very well," but the next moment, Count Nazir widened his eyes and suddenly raised his voice. "Indeed." His sonorous voice shook the hall. The old count stood up from his seat. The vassals' expressions changed simultaneously. Saroma was stunned by the count's sudden outburst. Nazir's expression was tense. His tone was stern, causing people to forget his age. "Do you think we don't know? 6 years ago, from Archduke Poffert's conspiracy, to the calamities entering the city, to King Nuvan's death and King Chapman's coronation, yes, I know what role those despicable constellations played in that tragedy." Discussions rose in the Hall of Heroes again. Saroma stared at him in a daze. Count Nazir stared coldly at Saroma, then at Thales. Madame Kalshan explained it very clearly. What came with the Prince of Constellation was the disaster that caused Dragon Cloud City to collapse and the earth to shatter. It is us who are in such dire straits today. Lisbeth was about to say something to soothe his cheeks, but when he heard this, he could not help but be stunned. "Kalshan." The regent sighed. "It seems like you are not as contemptuous of Black Sand Regent's hand as you said. Old friend." Nazir snorted coldly. The old count cast a sharp gaze that did not match his age, sending a chill through the hearts of those who came into contact with it. It's been 6 years, and the disasters brought about by this ominous prince have never stopped. Nazir paced around slowly and said to the slightly panicked Archduchess, "It's been 6 years. As a so-called hostage, he can't be easily touched, used, or harmed, but he's still in heroic spirit palace, living and eating with you." Saroma was speechless. "But that's not important anymore. I don't care how many pieces that prince will be chopped into. Because what I can't stand the most is not those unpleasant rumors, nor is it the prince's misdeeds in Dragon Cloud City." Nazir stared at the Archduchess sharply, then at Thales. His expression was extremely solemn. "It's what I saw today. You, the dignified Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, actually allowed him to so easily influence your decision, and allowed him to be so deeply involved in Dragon Cloud City's internal affairs." In the hall, the sounds of discussions among the vassals rose again. Quite a number of people cast their gazes on Thales again. And the prince only lowered his head gently, ignoring Ian's quiet grumbles beside him. "This makes me very uncomfortable. Even Lisbon's autocracy did not make me so angry." Lisban stared at his old friend with a steely expression. "I hate saying this, but..." Nazir gritted his teeth, and there was a hint of resentment in his words that was not there before. Dragon Cloud City has had enough. Whether it's the disaster that year, or the current predicament. Whether it's Black Sand region or Constellations. Whether it's by your side, or far away on the battlefield of the Alliance of Freedom. Saroma stared at him blankly, not knowing how to answer. Sounds of praise rose in the hall. Pairs of gazes were directed at Thales, and they were filled with hostility. Cotterson and Count Liner looked at each other. Hurst and Count Carcagel lowered their heads without saying a word, while Regent Lisban furrowed his brows. After a long silence, Nazir coughed loudly a few times. "I'm sorry, I overstepped my authority." Nazir's voice became softer, as though he had returned to the appearance of an old and clumsy count. "But if you are still so naive..." He shook his head with a sorrowful look in his eyes. "Especially when Constellation is involved, please forgive me for reconsidering my decision to send troops. Perhaps Dragon Cloud City should also stay away from these matters, even if it will damage your reputation. Please understand that we did not respond to the enlistment to satisfy the willfulness of a child who wants to protect his childhood playmate." These merciless words instantly plunged the entire hall into a cold winter. Count Lisban clenched his fists tightly and stared at the Archduchess hesitantly. Count Hurst wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Count Liner and Cotterson exchanged glances. Their meaning was unclear. The breathing of the vassals slowly became disordered. "Please make a decision, the decision a wise Archduke should make," Nazir said faintly and sat down again. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting for the girl who sat at the highest point in the Hall of Heroes, perhaps the highest point in Dragon Cloud City. Saroma trembled slightly and stared at Nazir in disbelief. "No," she struggled internally, and her eyes slowly turned red. "Naive? Willful," she muttered. "Protecting my childhood playmate." She raised her arms as though she wanted to grab onto something, but in the end, she could only place them weakly on the chair. The girl stared at Thales with a sorrowful gaze. But Thales did not respond to her. A few seconds later, she turned her gaze back to Nazir and stared at the Count's pained and unhappy expression. "The decision a wise Archduke should make." Her expression slowly turned into one of anger. "It's easy for you to say, Count Nazir." The girl's breathing gradually quickened. "You weren't there, Nazir." A puzzled look appeared on Count Nazir's face. Saroma took a deep breath. 6 years ago, when the disaster happened. "You weren't there," she said with great difficulty. Count Nazir listened to the Archduchess' words and frowned. Beside the prince, the Viscount of the city of faraway prayers tugged at his sleeves angrily. Did you see her expression? I don't think it's good. Thales nodded expressionlessly. He suddenly had a premonition of what Saroma was going to say. An inexplicable emotion broke through the seal of the sin of Hell's river and surged into his heart. My lady, Count Nazir sighed, you are now, King Nuvan. Saroma raised her head and interrupted him loudly, when King Nuvan unfortunately passed away. This name made many of the vassals' hearts clench. Many of them thought of His Majesty and lowered their heads. That blood calamity, when Shield District was destroyed. When the Queen of the Sky descended. During those times, all of you weren't there. With a mournful expression, Saroma slowly curled up the corners of her lips. More than that. Also, when King Nuvan took Alex away from him. When he put that ring on my hand. When I was captured by that monster. When Lupe appeared and surrounded us, it was as if he was a child. The vassals stared at the girl. Doubt and puzzlement slowly crept into their hearts. My lady. Lisban coughed and reminded her softly, perhaps you should reconsider, but Saroma ignored what he was saying. How do you know? How do you know? So, you don't know. The girl gritted her teeth fiercely. At that time, the one who was truly by my side, it's him who saved my life. And gave me a different life. At this moment, Thales, who was at the center of the storm, slowly curled up the corners of his lips. The words of the girl and Nazir made him recall what happened in the past. Those things he would never forget. He watched the Archduchess' struggling and hesitant expression from afar and sighed softly. Saroma puffed out her chest and held onto the arm of the chair. The anger in her eyes slowly turned into relief. The expression on her face also changed from indignation to indifference. Nazir, she said flatly, do you think that Dragon Cloud City lacks a true Archduchess? Nazir's gaze became solemn. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Do you think that with an Archduchess as your leader, it is inappropriate for us to send troops? Lisbon's breathing became faster and faster. He stared at the Archduchess in surprise. Saroma exhaled and said coldly, all right, I can do as you say, choose a husband from the vassal families and give birth to an heir. Even if you get married tomorrow, it will not be a problem, if this can be exchanged for your expedition and your cooperation. Then I will do it. The Archduchess flashed a forlorn smile. She heaved a sigh of relief, as if she had just let go of a burden. The Count's expressions changed one after another. Count Lisbon's expression changed drastically. What? As if someone had poured boiling water into the hall, the vassals immediately cried out in surprise. What's going on? Ian did not seem to be able to react. He pulled Thales in a daze. However, in the midst of the surprise and shock, Thales' expression remained calm. He only stared at the girl in silence. That little rascal. It was as if nothing had happened. But Thales, he is a friend who has gone through trials and tribulations with me. Saroma's cold and arrogant voice was like a beacon in the night. It ignored all distractions and spread out clearly in the midst of the clamor. As long as he is in Dragon Cloud City, he will not be harmed. And I will not treat him as a sacrificial chess piece and send him to the front lines just because I am wary of Constellation. She cast a warning glance at Cotterson and Count Liner. The two counts turned their faces away with unnatural expressions. Monty, the Raven of Death, who was watching from the side, had a solemn expression. However, there was something else in his gaze as he stared at the Archduchess. This is my promise, and it is also a favor I owe him. Saroma glanced at Thales. There was an indescribable emotion hidden in her eyes. A favor that is worth repaying with a lifetime. The voices of the vassals became louder and louder. The Count's expressions turned ashen at the same time. Count Hurst even turned his head away with an angry snort. Thales stared back at her quietly. A second later, the prince flashed a faint smile. It was the same smile he had all those years ago. He completely ignored Nicholas' angry glare from beside the Archduchess. As if she had received encouragement, Saroma's expression became lively. The Archduchess raised her head proudly and looked at the entire hall. Everyone, what do you think of this deal? Count Nazir stared at her in a daze. He seemed to be shocked by the girl's determination and was speechless for a long time. My lady. Count Liesband could not take it any more and shouted, enough of being willful. Do you know what you're saying? Saroma slowly turned her head and looked at the regent who had accompanied and taken care of her for more than 6 years. She is losing this game, losing her bargaining chip as an archduchess. Below the hall, Ian stared at the prince with a complicated expression. There was no lack of resentment in his voice. She is making all our efforts for her go to waste. Just to protect you. I really don't understand. Ian snorted coldly. Thales shuddered slightly. He slowly turned his head. No. Thales said coldly and interrupted Ian, she did not lose. In the face of Ian's puzzled gaze, Thales took a deep breath and tugged at his collar, brushing past the symbol of the 9-pointed star. I can't lose either. At the same time, everyone was either shocked or furious as they waited for the Archduchess's response. It was an important decision that might decide the future politics of Dragoncloud City. The young Archduchess' hands trembled more and more violently, but her gaze became more and more resolute. Of course I know what I'm talking about, Seal. Thank you. Saroma said coldly, but I am a Northlander, and Northlanders never forget favors. Even if it comes at the cost of my life. At that moment, all the Northlanders fixed their gazes on their ruler, but everyone's expression was solemn. In the corner, Thales pressed his hand against the pocket on his abdomen. There was a pair of old black-rimmed glasses hidden there. The prince stared at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear at the top of the hall with a determined expression. At least, with me around, she won't lose, he said flatly to Ian, who was beside him. Ian was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Ian seemed to have figured something out. He became nervous. Thales, what are you going to do? The corners of Thales' lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. As I said, Thales seemed to be a little sentimental. He chuckled and said, a backup plan. In the hall, the Archduchess stared coldly at Count Nazir and opened her mouth gently. Instead of sitting in this position with guilt in your heart in the future, when you think about today, however, before Saroma could finish her words, ha 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 ha. A loud, undisguised laughter rang out in the Hall of Heroes out of nowhere. It interrupted the Archduchess' emotional words. It also broke the solemn atmosphere. Saroma, who was about to speak, was instantly stunned. Ha 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 ha. The laughter continued. Many of the vassals were also stunned. Liesband frowned, Nazir turned his head in surprise, and more nobles turned their gazes in displeasure, looking for the idiot who had no respect and did not pay attention to the occasion. Ha 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 ha. The laughter went back and forth, echoing without restraint. It seemed like something really funny had happened. Saroma and the other vassals frowned together and looked in the direction of the laughter. The Archduchess was stunned. The others, including Ian, were also stunned. They stared in disbelief at the person who continued to laugh. The people of Dragoncloud City did not react. They let the laughter continue for a while. But the laughter continued. Ha 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 ha. Then, the captain of the Archduchess Guards, the Star Killer Nicholas, who was in charge of maintaining order, shouted angrily. Shut up. The Star Killer's roar drowned out the laughter and echoed in the hall. Finally, the second Prince of Constellation, Prince Thales Jade Star, who had been laughing heartily and rocking back and forth, stopped. Slowly he drew back his upraised head. Thales did not care about the angry gazes of the others. He leisurely and contentedly straightened his back on the chair. It was as if this was just an outing. And in the eyes of the Northlanders in the hall, the teenager was narrowing his eyes. With the most disdainful expression, he glared coldly at everyone who stared at him. "Young Prince," the Star Killer said angrily, "shut up, or I'll have someone invite you out now." "Save it, Star Killer. Can't you see?" Thales snorted coldly and glared at Ian, who was trying to pull him back. "In this hall, your roar is the same as the Archduchess' prestige. It's useless." Nicholas was stunned. Then, he showed a resentful expression. Thales seemed to be amused by himself. He slowly stood up and laughed again. Ha 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 ha, although his shoulders kept trembling, there was no smile in his eyes. They were even cold. Saroma stared blankly at Thales, who was behaving abnormally. She did not know why. None of the Northlanders seemed to understand the prince's sense of humor. They stared at the presumptuous prince in unison. Their gazes were malicious, and the sound of their fists cracking and teeth gnashing could be heard incessantly. "We are discussing how to save, or take away, your life. And you think it's funny, don't you?" Count Khatterson looked sideways and stared at Thales coldly. "The Empire." When he heard this, Thales did not stop laughing. Instead, he laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the prince's laughter, the Northlanders' expressions became increasingly unpleasant. "Have you heard of that story?" Thales, who was laughing so hard that he could not straighten his back, waved his hand and finally managed to speak smoothly. "A fisherman and a woodcutter sat under a tree and had lunch. They were poor and had never tasted beef, so they thought of a way. They imagined the black bread in their hands as beef." Ha ha ha, Thales laughed so hard that his face was contorted. He clutched his abdomen and said while laughing, Then they discussed, "Hey, look at the piece of beef in my hands. Should I bite it horizontally or vertically?" His words echoed in the hall with his laughter, and it also made the Northlanders increasingly unable to suppress their anger. Ha 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 ha, Count Leesban and Count Nazir looked at each other in surprise. They had a tacit understanding that this was not Thales' doing. Saroma stared blankly at Thales as he walked out of his seat. She was speechless. Count Khatterson could not take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and glared at Thales. "What the F***ck are you talking about?" Thales stopped laughing, exhaled, and shook his head. "Don't you understand?" The prince walked to the center of the hall. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he looked at the vassals around him contemptuously. Looking at a bunch of self-righteous fellows, self-righteously discussing a fantasy that they can't even achieve. Chapter 328. This sentence caused a huge uproar in the hall, like sparks splashing on eternal oil. The vassals were enraged. "This F***king, F***ck him, guards." But before the vassals could vent their anger, Thales spoke again. His voice rang through the hall. "You know, sometimes I miss Nuven very much." The prince sighed, but his words were devoid of respect. "I want to say to him, look, great dragon cloud city, this is what's left of you. Your pitiful inheritance, Nuven." Thales turned around and looked up at the stone carvings above his head. He spread his arms at the nobles on both sides and shook his head in a seemingly dispirited manner. Just a bunch of old fogies with rigid thinking, guarding a useless and cowardly little girl. For the sake of that little bone in Dragon Cloud City, they tear each other to pieces. I've listened for so long, I've had enough. His expression changed, and he said disdainfully, "As Nuven's vassals, all of you are truly pitiful." Asterisk bang. Asterisk blasphemy against the late king. Count Harkagel smashed his chair coldly. "You'll regret what you said. I swear." Thales shook his head in disdain. He did not respond at all. "Wow." Ian gaped at Thales from his seat. "I thought I was already going overboard." "If this is your plan, madam, then it's best to stop him before anything happens." Nicholas' already pale face was now filled with anger beyond the situation. He whispered beside the Archduchess, "This is too much. If this goes on, no one will be able to save him in front of the angry Northlanders. Even if he has his father and Constellation's protection." But Saroma only stared at the prince in a daze and did not reply. "Thales, you. Thales took 2 more steps and brushed past Monty's shoulder. The Raven of Death gave him a faint, cold smile. His gaze was malicious. "Enough. Prince Thales," Count Hirsch shouted angrily, "Madam tried to save your life, but you, oh, speaking of this." Thales raised his voice, as if he had suddenly realized something. He calmly turned to the golden-bearded count. "Saved my life." "Ha!" He shook his head with a ridiculous and disdainful expression, clicking his tongue at the seated Archduchess. "I knew it. It's not safe to bet on the so-called Archduchess." He shook his head and sighed, seemingly annoyed. "I advise you not to do that either. It's just as I thought. She's too weak and too stupid." Thales shrugged. "She can't even be a good puppet, much less protect me." The prince snorted. "Stupid little woman." Count Liesban looked at the prince in disbelief. He felt that he had never been so unfamiliar before. It was as if he was no longer the prince who had always been content with his duties. Saroma's expression changed. She stared at Thales in bewilderment, but she could not help but recall what the teenager had said before. "Don't care about others, don't care about anything else. Don't hesitate or hesitate. I'll take care of the rest." "This is your way of solving problems. How dare you insult Our Lady?" Count Hirsch clenched his fists. His face was contorted, and he enunciated each word to express his anger. "Not bad, Prince Thales. Your Highness, as a Constellatiate, you really have guts. Then, let us see how long you can be stubborn." Thales blinked. "The Northlanders have said this to me more than once." The second prince exhaled, seeming very helpless. "In the end, 6 years have passed, and my head is still on my neck." Count Hirsch roared furiously like a beast whose territory had been invaded. The Northlanders burst into deafening curses. The Archduchess guards even held down 2 vassals who could not help but step forward. "This is really interesting." Count Leiner stared coldly at Thales. "My lady, it seems that your judgment of people is somewhat biased." Saroma, however, quietened down at this moment. She looked at Thales with a hint of sorrow. But she could only see a false emotion in the prince's eyes. "Thales, what do you want to do?" "Yes. The Alliance of Freedom was our doing. It was Constellation's premeditated plan." Thales took a deep breath, turned to the Northlanders in the hall, and shouted, adding fuel to the fire, "And what can you do? Northlanders. Dragon Cloud City. Hold endless hearings and quarrel in the castle. Then, use pretentious words to boast about your achievements that were never yours to hide your incompetence and foolishness." "I've had enough," he sneered. "As if all of you have really contributed a lot to Dragon Cloud City." Countless angry shouts rang in the air, and the passionate Northlanders gave passionate suggestions such as, "Kill him." Count Nazir frowned and stared at Thales. He gestured to Liesban, who was sitting opposite him. "What's going on?" But the regent only shook his head. He did not know either. And what annoys me the most is, your Archduchess is right about one thing. Thales sighed, and his expression turned cold. 6 years ago, if it wasn't for me, Dragon Cloud City would have long since ceased to exist. Since when did all of you have the right to shout and discuss how to deal with me? Thales spun around on the spot and took in every pair of gazes. He laughed loudly and raised his voice, drowning out the Northlanders' curses. As if you can really do it. The voices in the hall grew louder. Now, if I say, chop off one of his hands, Count Liners said coldly and loudly, is there anyone else who objects? One-sided shouts of anger and agreement rang in the hall. Thales laughed without a care in the world. He turned around and faced the now speechless Archduchess. He spread his arms. Come. Like a brave warrior who was ready to risk everything, he laughed angrily and happily on the battlefield. Everyone from Dragon Cloud City, the second prince of Constellation, Thales Jadestar, is here right now. Take me as a hostage, the teenager shouted, chop off my hands or feet, it's up to you. 3 Archduchess guards held down the 5th vassal who was about to rush forward, Count Hudson. Thales could no longer remember whether he was Sunset Snow River or Hudson of Spear City. But it did not matter. Thales stared coldly at the enraged Northlanders. It's about time. Ian stared at Thales in the hall and furrowed his eyebrows tightly. What are you trying to do? This is Dragon Cloud City, and you're facing Northlanders. If this goes on, even if you want to be sent to the city of faraway prayers safely, it's impossible. Saroma stared at Thales, who seemed to want to challenge all the authoritative figures in Dragon Cloud City. That's right. At this moment, no one, talk about marriage, talk about conscription, and talk about the Archduchess qualifications. But you, Thales. When she thought of this, she could not help but feel a lump in her throat. Thales roared angrily again. But all of you must remember. Thales waved his arms and glared at every Northlander who was gnashing their teeth. He raised his head and shouted angrily, on that day in the future, on the day I wear the 9-pointed star crown and receive the staff of Constellation. Every debt will be settled, and every hatred will be washed away. His words were like a bucket of cold water. The angry shouts in the hall immediately stopped. In the name of Jadestar. This is a promise from the heir to the throne of Constellation. Thales took advantage of the silence to lower his voice and soothe his hoarse throat. He said coldly, remember, every single one of you. Remember, extensions. He glanced coldly at the vassals in the hall and found that the anger in their eyes had slowly faded away, turning into hatred that could not be erased for years. Brat. Count Cotterson gritted his teeth so hard that he looked as if he wanted to chew Thales to pieces. Do you think the Northlanders will be afraid of your threat? Thales turned his head around like a thorn and met his gaze. Am I wrong? Look at how scared you were when you faced Constellation. The prince smiled and said with a sigh, the once awe-inspiring and famous Dragon Cloud City has now, you can only rely on hostages to fight. The angry shouts in the hall, which had calmed down, rose and fell again. Aside from the bewildered Lisban and the frowning Nazir, even the other 4 counts showed their anger. Count Karkagel clenched his remaining fist and said with an expressionless face, I doubt if you can live to be crowned. If it weren't for the Archduchess guards restraining you, you would have been torn to shreds by now. I doubt if you can live to see the day of your coronation. Thales laughed. That's why I said that you are a bunch of idiots. The second prince of Constellation sighed as if there was no one else around him. It doesn't matter whether I am crowned or not. Because someone will always be crowned. He narrowed his eyes and fearlessly met the count's gaze. When it comes to how to deal with me, you have never faced me, but, the prince slowly opened his mouth and finished his sentence, the entire Constellation. Thales finished his words flatly and was greeted by another wave of angry protests. But he was completely unaware of it. At this moment, when everyone's attention was on Thales, a servant hurriedly pressed his body against the wall and went behind Regent Leespan. He then leaned close to his ear. Some people noticed this, but their attention was immediately attracted by Thales and they shifted their gazes again. However, Leespan's expression changed. He lowered his voice and said, "What? Now?" "He's at." The servant nodded. After Leespan asked a few more questions, his expression became increasingly worse. Count Nazir noticed his old friend's expression and immediately cast him an inquiring gaze. Against his expectations, the usually steady old Leespan had a dejected and panicked expression. He shook his head at the puzzled Nazir. Leespan took a deep breath and stared at Thales in disbelief. He smiled bitterly. "Is that so, Prince Thales? I see." A second later, Leespan waved his hand weakly, as if he had given up on something. The servant left, but the confrontation in the hall continued. "We, Extet, fear no opponent," Count Liner said coldly. Earl Liner coldly said, "Because of your foolish actions, kid, your fate today has already been decided. And it will be the same in the future. Do you think that you will be able to rest easy after you return to Constellation's tall city walls in the future? Perhaps you have forgotten, 18 years ago, Thales cut him off mercilessly. Oh, you have no right to represent Extet. Don't talk about Extet, and we all the time." Thales chuckled. "Don't think too highly of yourself either. Not everyone has the right to represent such a big country." Count Liner's gaze became more and more vicious. "I will remember what you said. I will put the debt of provoking the alliance of freedom and Constellation on your head." But Thales was not afraid, as if this was just a stroll in the backyard. "Forget it. In front of me, it is not up to someone of your rank to speak so harshly." He shook his head in disdain. "Count Liner, your rank is still too low to threaten the next supreme king of Constellation. The king's vassal of a country." Liner's face immediately turned livid. At this moment, bang. The main door of the hall was suddenly opened. A deep and sonorous voice rang out in a low voice. "I seem to have heard someone say that not everyone has the right to represent Extet. Even a count's rank is not enough to speak to a certain king's heir." The argument in the hall stopped. Most of the people stared at the door in a daze. They did not understand what had happened. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps rang. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, a middle-aged noble with a frosty expression stepped into the Hall of Heroes, accompanied by a few Archduchess personal guards, as if no one else was present. The newcomer stopped and stood leisurely in the center of the hall. He calmly sized up his surroundings. He spoke softly, but his words seemed to contain a bone-chilling chill. "What about me? What about a king?" The hall instantly fell silent. Saroma, Leespan, Nazir, Nicholas, Carcagel, Hurst, Liner, Cotterson, Lord Justin, even Monty and quite a number of vassals, from the Archduchess to the vassals, and even the personal guards and envoys from the city of faraway prayers, all of them froze in an instant. Leespan even had a tired and sorrowful expression on his face. It was as if time in the hall had stopped at this moment and did not move forward. Their expressions were exactly the same as they stared blankly at the middle-aged noble who had just walked in. It was as if he was a dead man who had crawled out of his grave. Thales was the only one who looked at the middle-aged noble calmly. Under countless strange or shocked gazes, the middle-aged noble raised his head. The dark golden crown on his forehead shone, and a dark red gemstone was embedded in the middle. When they saw the gemstone clearly, many of them sucked in a sharp breath. In the next second, Chapman I, the 46th common-elected king of Escapades and the Archduke of Black Sand region, swept his gaze across everyone in the hall expressionlessly. He said softly, "Good morning." Chapter 329. Thales never thought that when a king appeared before his vassals, he would receive such an interesting response. At that moment, all eyes were on the king. In the silent atmosphere, Chapman Lampard clasped his hands behind his back expressionlessly and paced at a moderate pace. But he seemed to exude the solemn pressure unique to a king. He furrowed his eyebrows slightly, as if he was deliberately sizing up the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace, as if there were some patterns on them that were worth paying attention to. Behind the king, Viscount Canvita and Croce stood on his left and right with indifferent expressions. Not everyone recognized King Chapman, so aside from Thales, there were only two kinds of expressions left in the hall. Their faces were solemn, and they were confused. There were also those who were both, such as Lisbon and Nazir, and the Archduchess. Escapades. Viscount Canvita stepped forward solemnly. With a sonorous voice and the short, powerful, and gruff tone unique to Northlanders, he announced to the entire hall, "Salute your king." Canvita's voice echoed in the hall. In the next second, as if a storm had suddenly descended, the originally puzzled nobles instantly erupted into an uncontrollable uproar. What's going on? The Kinslayer is actually in Dragon Cloud City. How did he get in? Could it have been arranged beforehand? No, look carefully at that prince. There were those who were doubtful, those who were shocked, those who were solemn, those who were terrified, and those who were gnashing their teeth in anger. But the Archduchess and the 6 counts sank into a strange silence. Saroma's face was pale. Lisban closed his eyes and said nothing. Nazir could not hide the strange look on his face as he looked at the king, then frowned and looked at the indifferent Thales. Carcagel's eyes burned, and his breathing quickened. Hurst seemed to be seeing King Chapman for the first time. His solemn and scrutinizing gaze was fixed on the king. Count Liner and Count Cotterson were so shocked that they did not even have the time to exchange glances. Ian from the city of faraway prayers was dumbfounded. He blinked rapidly and sized up the common-elected king in the center of the hall in disbelief. From time to time, he cast a puzzled glance at Thales. "Is that the ambitious and terrifying Archduke of Black Sand region that my father mentioned? The culprit of the disaster in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago? How? Thales. Doesn't that mean?" Ian's expression became more and more unsightly. At the center of the storm, King Chapman's expression was still calm, and his movements were casual. His left hand lightly rested on the sword at his waist, not caring about the atmosphere around him. The nobles' discussions grew louder and louder. At this moment, the king suddenly raised his head. The nobles, who were discussing among themselves, could not help but stop and hold their breaths. King Chapman's gaze was filled with coldness and deathly stillness. Wherever he looked, those who were swept by his gaze would shudder in fear. It was like falling into a bottomless glacier. A few seconds later, the king grinned and looked at the nobles of Dragon Cloud City. He chuckled in a mocking manner. Humph. Thales took a deep breath and calmly looked at Waya and Ralph, who had worried expressions on their faces. Behind Canvita and Croce, the 2 attendants of the Prince of Constellation lowered their heads. They stuck close to the wall and moved to the prince's side in a low-key manner. In the end, it still came to this. The prince thought gloomily, the worst of it. He nodded at the 2 who had returned. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Malicious gazes shot towards him. It was the Star Killer. Nicholas was glaring at Lampard as if he was staring at an unforgettable enemy. The pain and hatred in his eyes were practically about to turn into flames and spew out. He then looked at Thales, his gaze filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Perhaps the Star Killer himself could not tell whether he hated King Chapman or Thales more at that moment. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head away as if he did not see the Star Killer's terrifying expression. Dragon Cloud City, are all of you deaf? In the hall, Viscount Canvita was very dissatisfied with the noble's behavior. He waved his arm and shouted angrily, in the name of the joint ruling pledge, to the common ruler of the Northlanders of the Western Peninsula, the 46th common-elected king of Extet and Glacial Quaker, King Chapman Lampard, salute. He swept his furious gaze across the hall. The hall quietened down again. The vassals frowned. Many of them cast their gazes at the Archduchess. Saroma took a deep breath. With great difficulty, she turned her head to look at King Chapman. Coincidentally, the king also turned his head around. His sharp gaze was directed at Saroma. The girl's face turned pale. Memories of the past surfaced in her mind. Count Leesband stared at the Archduchess with a solemn expression, then at King Chapman. Then, he sighed and nodded. He is the king. This is the obligation of the joint ruling pledge, the regent whispered to the girl. After receiving Lisbon's hint, Saroma gulped hard. She took a few deep breaths before she lifted her skirt, left her seat, and slowly walked down the stairs. She walked towards the supreme ruler of Extet. Your Majesty Chapman. She came before King Chapman, pressed her hand on her chest, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Welcome to Dragon Cloud City. I'm very surprised that you've come. As the Archduchess moved, countless sighs rose in the hall. King Chapman looked down at Saroma from above. He looked at the emblem of the cloud dragon spear on her clothes, and a barely noticeable hint of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. Yes, I didn't expect it either. But life is always full of surprises. He snorted softly, seemingly with a profound meaning. The ruler of Dragon Cloud City. The king shifted his gaze and looked around him. In the next second, the hall was in complete silence. All the Extetians, whether they were nobles, vassals, soldiers, servants, counts with high positions of authority, or Viscount Ian of the City of Faraway Prayers, whether they were anxious or indignant, all rose from their seats. They knelt on one knee. They bowed to the king of Extet in the middle of the hall. Thales watched everything quietly. He felt as if he had returned to the day King Chapman was crowned 6 years ago. Seeing the vassals' actions, Canvita and Croce exchanged glances before they nodded in satisfaction and knelt down as well. However, Canvita immediately frowned. Not everyone has knelt down. Mute, stand back a little. Waya pulled Ralph back and whispered in dissatisfaction, we're the only ones standing. It's a little too eye-catching, Ralph shrugged and pointed at a person in the hall. He frowned and gestured, we're not the only ones. Without waiting for Waya to react, Viscount Canvita's displeased voice rose again. Count Cotterson. You're still standing. You didn't bow. Everyone's gaze turned to him at the same time. One of the 6 most powerful counts in Dragon Cloud City, Count Shalon Cotterson of Phelan Castle stood on the spot with an indignant expression. Compared to the vassals around him who were kneeling on one knee, he stood out. I still remember when we were young and fooled around together in Dragon Cloud City. At that time, you respected and feared King Nuvan. Count Cotterson said coldly, and now, you come back to Dragon Cloud City to show off your might, Chapman. King Chapman's eyebrows twitched slightly. He snorted through his nose. He seemed to find this very interesting. Listen up, Chapman. We are the vassals of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City. Cotterson did not show any weakness. He withstood the king's gaze and said in a gruff voice, we are also her vassals. We only salute her. Saroma stared in astonishment at Cotterson, who had been on bad terms with her before this. It was as if this was the first time he had met this earl who spoke harshly. All the people in the hall quietly watched the confrontation between Cotterson and King Chapman. But the king ignored him and looked away. He seemed to be indifferent. In this hall, only the Prince of Constellation does not have to salute the king, Count Cotterson, Canvita said flatly. This Viscount Canvita is probably still holding a grudge for the embarrassment from the last time we met. A malicious glint shone in the Viscount of the City of Halting Light's eyes. Why, are you also a Constellatiate? The moment he said this, Count Cotterson's face immediately turned livid. Many people furrowed their eyebrows. Kneel down and show your loyalty to the king, Canvita said coldly. Count Cotterson took a deep breath. He stared at the king in disdain, then at Canvita. He was about to open his mouth to retort. But someone grabbed his shoulder. Cotterson turned his head in surprise. Count Liner was holding his shoulder. His expression was unpleasant. Kneel down. He is the king, after all. Etiquette is secondary. But if you do not want to be labeled as if disloyal, because you violated the joint ruling pledge the next day, and if you do not want to become the enemy between Dragon Cloud City and the king, there was a hint of warning in Count Liner's tone. Kneel down, don't cause trouble. Cotterson raised his head indignantly and looked at the king. He thought of something, and his expression was one of struggle. King Chapman continued to stare back at him with a dark expression. A few seconds later, Cotterson gritted his teeth. In the end, he closed his eyes and knelt down on one knee. His hand, which was holding his knee, trembled slightly, as though this was a great humiliation. The king's cold laughter rang in the hall. If you do not want to kneel down. King Chapman's expression became animated, as though he had suddenly come alive from a portrait. Then do not kneel. A true Northlander does not lie to himself. He cast a scornful glance at Cotterson. What do you say, Cotterson, my old acquaintance? Count Cotterson, who had already knelt down, immediately had an extremely unpleasant expression on his face. Get up and return to your seats, everyone. Especially you, young lady. King Chapman cast a cold glance at Saroma. The latter could not help but clench her teeth. She then looked around. Do not let me ruin the atmosphere. The vassals in the hall slowly stood up. What followed was the sound of many people clenching their fists. Below the Archduke's seat, Count Nazir said in a low and solemn tone, when did he arrive in Dragon Cloud City? You did not know about it beforehand. Opposite him, Lisband sighed. At this point in time, is this important? Nazir glanced at the king, who acted as though there was no one else around him, and snorted softly. I thought you would stop him, be it outside the city or outside the palace, and not allow him to enter as though there is no one around, your grace. I was thinking about it, Regent Lisband replied bluntly. Perhaps we could even add a side show like Dragon Cloud City kills the assassin who broke into the palace. But Lisband's gaze then tensed up. If the news of the common elected king's arrival at Heroic Spirit Palace had not spread throughout Dragon Cloud City at the same time as his arrival, Nazir's gaze froze. Spread throughout Dragon Cloud City. Everyone knows that he is here. Lisband nodded cautiously and solemnly. In another morning, I reckon that all of Ekstedt will know. Nazir furrowed his brows and retracted his gaze from the king's head. So, it is already impossible for us to seize the opportunity to attack him. Lisband nodded. They came prepared, so they have nothing to fear. The former prime minister's expression was stiff. We can only face them head-on. Nazir snorted softly and cast his gaze on the special teenager. It seems that we, all of Dragon Cloud City, have played a ruthless trick. Lisband did not speak. But like his old colleague, he also locked his gaze on Thales. Thales just stood quietly on the spot and did not move an inch. He did not seem to care about King Chapman, who was not far away. Beside him, Ian from the City of Faraway Prayers looked at Thales hesitantly, then at King Chapman, who had suddenly appeared. He subconsciously shook his head. In the hall, Saroma, who had returned to her seat, took a deep breath and cast a worried glance at Thales, who was as expressionless as the king. She then asked anxiously, "May I ask why you are here, Your Majesty? After all, this is the day of Dragon Cloud City's State Affairs hearing. If you don't mind, we can," but the king interrupted her. "Of course." King Chapman did not hesitate. He strode forward and began to size up the 6 counts with different expressions. At the same time, he went straight to the point. "I'm here to help." The king's powerful voice echoed in the hall. The vassals frowned. "Help?" Saroma repeated, puzzled. "Yes." As Canvita whispered in his ear, King Chapman turned around and sighed. But before that, following the king's gaze, the vassals' gazes turned in puzzlement. In the end, they landed accurately on the air of the City of Faraway Prayers. "Ah, someone from the City of Faraway Prayers." King Chapman enunciated each word clearly. He stared at Ian like a wild beast that had been lurking for a long time. What a surprise! Ian was shocked. His entire body stiffened, and an inexplicable anxiety rose in his heart. He never thought that he would have to face his worst opponent so early, so soon, and in such an embarrassing manner during his trip to Dragon Cloud City. In the face of the king's oppressive gaze, Ian instinctively said, "Your Majesty, this is the first time we meet. I've heard of you, Rockne's son." The king waved his hand and did not let him continue. "Are you here to propose to the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City?" Ian was instantly rendered speechless. He had thought about the possible ways the king would open the conversation. Greetings, accusations, condemnation, probing, but it's actually this. This is a bad idea. King Chapman snorted coldly. Your status is unworthy. It's more appropriate for your father to propose himself. Doesn't he love doing this kind of thing the most? Ian's face instantly turned pale. Behind the king, Croce chuckled softly, as if she had sensed something. Beside her, Viscount Canvita smiled. His Majesty has avenged you, Canvita whispered to the female warrior with a mischievous smile. Truth be told, when Rockne proposed to you in Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago, without waiting for him to finish, Croce rudely replied with 2 words. Shut up. Canvita shrugged and did not say another word. After 2 seconds, Ian, who had lost his composure, composed himself. He pretended to be calm and replied in his usual relaxed tone, "It's not very appropriate to say that. After all, I'm also considered the heir of the Rockne family and the City of Faraway Prayers." Ian deliberately enunciated his words and said, "Before you inherited the title of Archduke, didn't you have the same status as me?" The vassals of Dragon Cloud City frowned. "Is that so, heir? The same status as me?" As he listened to Ian's sarcastic words, King Chapman snorted softly and said nonchalantly, "Then why didn't you kill your sister?" At that moment, the entire place fell silent. This time, Ian choked on his words. Thales looked at Ian and sighed. Yes, he knows this feeling. Everyone who crossed swords with Chapman Lampard would experience that kind of heavy pressure, the feeling of suffocation caused by his cold gaze and cold words corroding each other. And Lampard's attacks have always been about not moving. The king's voice rang again. "If your sister is not dead yet." The king began to pace slowly and said flatly, "Then what kind of heir are you?" In that second, Thales felt as if he could hear a heavy hammer pounding into Ian's heart along with King Chapman's words. On the other hand, it was as if a block of ice had cracked inch by inch in Ian's heart. The Viscount of Dual Wind City did not speak for a long time. The hall was silent as everyone listened to the king's words. Ian's previous actions had made him a lot of enemies in Dragon Cloud City, so no one wanted to help him. No, there are. Your Majesty, Saroma said indignantly, perhaps you should return to the main topic. King Chapman raised his eyebrows. Oh, of course, for example, the city of Faraway Prayers, which rules the western part of Extet, sends a viscount who doesn't even have the right of succession to ask Dragon Cloud City for a marriage alliance. These words made many people's faces turn stern. Ian, Monty, the Raven of Death reminded the absent-minded Ian in a low voice, do something. Under the reminder, Ian shuddered violently. He suddenly realized that King Chapman came for the city of Faraway Prayers. He could not back down. The young heir of the city of Faraway Prayers forced a smile and said, "You have misunderstood. In the city of Faraway Prayers, according to the Northlanders' tradition, my sister has no right of succession." When he heard this, Thale sighed and closed his eyes. He saw it very clearly. Chapman Lampard and Ian Rockney. Just like the contest between the Prince of Constellation and the Star Killer. Whether it was a contest of swordsmanship or a battle of words, both sides did not, they were not on the same level. The king snorted coldly. At the same time, he cast a warning glance at Saroma, who had just interrupted him. No right of succession. Why? Could it be that you are hinting at the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma Walton, whom all the archdukes, including me and your father, acknowledge as a female, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma Walton? King Chapman spoke slowly in a normal tone, but his words caused the expressions of all the vassals of Dragon Cloud City to change drastically. No right of succession. Sitting on the Archduchess' throne, Saroma's breathing quickened as she stared at King Chapman in a daze. Ian was stunned again. In the face of the king's gaze and words, he was tongue-tied. His chin trembled continuously, but he could not say a word for a long time. Ian, who usually did not bother about trifles, was rendered speechless at this moment. There was no time to rest. The king soon spoke again, breaking the uncomfortable silence in the hall. Don't take it seriously. It was just a joke. Even if your father comes to propose. King Chapman glanced at Ian coldly from the corner of his eyes. Fortunately, you are not that stupid. If your families really become in-laws, I will not be here to help you. Ian looked at King Chapman. But for the future of Extet, the king glanced at the people in the hall. There was a deep chill in his voice. He is here to declare war. The atmosphere in the hall froze. The vassals became alert. Ian, who was usually eloquent, was rendered speechless, as if his tongue had been cut off. Ian turned to Thales indignantly. Damn it. Damn it. Thales. You and your father and the others, 6 years ago, in Dragon Cloud City, which was in a desperate situation. How did you play against an opponent like Chapman Lampard, and not be at a disadvantage? Lisban and Nazir looked at each other in unison. They saw the uneasiness and nervousness in each other's eyes. The city of Faraway Prayers can no longer be counted on. The situation is not good. Right. King Chapman raised his head again and sized up the decorations in the hall. He did not relax in the slightest when it came to Ian's question. I heard that Archduke Rockney has been very close to some of my restless vassals recently. The expressions of the vassals in the hall changed. Not very close. Ian took a deep breath and chased away the discomfort and loss of composure brought on by the king's pressure. He tried his best to force a smile. But under the joint ruling pledge, we pay attention to every noble of the kingdom, especially to ensure that their natural legitimate rights are not violated. Please forgive me. Thales closed his eyes gently. No, indeed, they were not very close. But the city of Faraway Prayers is the mastermind behind the scenes. The city of faraway prayers wanted to rope in Dragon Cloud City, end the war quickly, and defeat the Alliance of Freedom without any delay. It was also because they wanted to avoid falling into a quagmire. To ensure their influence over the vassals of Black Sand region, so that I can support them in defending their autonomy and fighting against King Chapman. The king's gaze was focused on the Soul Slayer Pike behind the Archduchess. He seemed to be distracted and reminiscing about the past. He snorted softly in response, whether intentionally or not. But Thales knew that King Chapman was definitely not daydreaming. Is that so? Chapman the First seemed to have just snapped out of his daze. He said faintly, "Yes, I almost forgot. Your father, Colgan, is such a generous and upright man." Ian furrowed his brows. He sensed that something was wrong. King Chapman sighed. "So, when I heard that the city of faraway prayers was in trouble, I left my own troubles behind and came all the way here to help." The vassals of Dragon Cloud City became alert. The war in the city of faraway prayers was related to Dragon Cloud City's reinforcement. It was also related to the contest of power between the archdukes and the king. The city of faraway prayers is safe and sound. Ian raised his guard and spoke cautiously. He said cautiously, you don't have to worry." Ian fixed his gaze on King Chapman. Previously, Ian's imagination about Archduke Lampard and even King Chapman, his expectations and fixed impressions of him had long since been shattered by what he saw today and the few words they exchanged. This king was truly an extremely terrifying opponent. But Ian still underestimated this king who had been crowned for 6 years. "Really? Don't worry." King Chapman's tone was raised slightly. He turned to the person he had never paid attention to since he arrived. "What do you say?" He was also the person who had been temporarily overlooked because of the king's arrival. "Prince Thales." Everyone in the hall was shocked. "What? That means..." Lisban and Nazir's gazes were fixed on the prince. Their gazes were especially sharp. Under many people's gazes, Thales took a deep breath and opened his eyes. "It's his turn. Since we've already come this far." His gaze swept past the vassals of Dragon Cloud City and finally stopped on Saroma, who was at the highest point. Saroma stared at him in disbelief. Her gaze seemed to be asking him, "What's going on?" Thales smiled. "Remember what I said, Saroma. No matter what happens, she had to choose the path that was most suitable for the Archduchess." In the next second, Thales turned around in a steady and resolute manner. He faced the strange gazes that filled the hall and the seemingly calm King Chapman. "Constellation thinks so. Ekstad is represented by the city of faraway prayers. You shouldn't rudely interfere with the internal affairs of the Alliance of Freedom. So, we send an army to observe the relationship between the Alliance of Freedom and the city of faraway prayers." Thales used the shortest and most appropriate words to share the information with King Chapman, who had just arrived. "And regardless of whether it's the city of faraway prayers or Dragon Cloud City, everyone here seems to be, I'm not very satisfied." After Thales finished speaking, he pursed his lips tightly. However, this sentence was like a powerful knock that echoed in the hearts of everyone who knew the truth. Saroma stared at Thales in a daze. The puzzlement in her eyes grew deeper. What was going on? Why does Thales want to stand against us? Why does he want to claim that his kingdom is against us? His situation was clearly already, in the face of Saroma's puzzlement, Thales' expression was as calm as still water. He did not respond. Ian of the city of faraway prayers opened his mouth in shock, but he could only speak halfway. "Thales, you... What kind of joke is this? Didn't you say that you didn't know anything? But now you..." In the face of Ian's questioning, Thales' expression was calm, as if he did not hear anything. On the other side, the star killer, Nicholas, stared at Thales with an increasingly dark gaze. There was even hatred in his eyes. "Young prince, are you in cahoots with him?" In the face of the star killer's angry gaze, Thales' gaze froze. He did not move an inch. Regent Leespan stared at Thales in shock. He furrowed his eyebrows tightly as he recalled the prince's previous deeds. Could it be that this prince and King Chapman, Thales' words also stirred up the anger of the vassals of Dragon Cloud City again? Waves of condemnation surged forth and drowned him. Count Cotterson of Dragon Cloud City gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, you little rascal," but he was interrupted. Count Nazir held him down with a solemn expression and shook his head. "Your Highness, is this your plan?" Waya, who came to listen to the council hearing for the first time, immediately whispered nervously into the prince's ear, "It doesn't seem too good." Ralph cast a scornful glance at the attendant. "This is considered bad. You didn't see it, but when the Northlanders were discussing how to dismember the prince." In the face of these people's gazes and discussions, Thales was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. He only waited quietly for King Chapman's response. King Chapman frowned slightly and paused for a few seconds. He seemed to be digesting the news. A few seconds later, he relaxed his brows again. His sonorous voice rang in the hall, cutting off the vassal's condemnation. "Look!" The king turned around calmly and faced the entire hall of heroes. "This is what I meant by trouble for the city of faraway prayers." In the face of the king's pressure, the hall instantly fell silent. King Chapman sighed, as if he felt that it was a pity. If Constellation really interferes, it will not be so easy for the city of faraway prayers to get rid of the Alliance of Freedom. He pondered and said, "This is indeed a problem." Under the gazes of the people in the hall, King Chapman curled up the corners of his lips and revealed a rare smile. "Prince Thales," he said in a sonorous voice. "Why don't you come to Black Sand City as a guest?" The vassals and envoys were all stunned. Thales frowned fiercely. It was just as he had expected. Saroma was the first to react. She cried out involuntarily, "Your Majesty, what did you say?" The expressions of Leespan, Nazir, and the others changed. In the face of countless shocked and confused gazes, King Chapman smiled coldly. "I said, for the sake of the city of faraway prayers' interests in the Alliance of Freedom." He glanced at Ian, who had yet to react, and curled the corners of his lips in disdain. "I will reluctantly entertain Prince Thales, and negotiate with King Kessel while I'm at it. After all, I am the closest to Constellation." Ian was stunned. "The prince is going to Black Sand region?" he murmured. But soon Ian, who had figured out what was going on, was shocked. "No." He stood up in a panic, his face pale. "No. Prince Thales cannot go to Black Sand." Behind the king, Viscount Canvita snickered. "You are welcome, Sir Ian. After all, as His Majesty said, we are here to help." King Chapman put on a strange expression, like a cat who had caught a mouse. "Yes." Chapman Lampard stared at Ian, who had lost his composure. His eyes shone with a frightening, cold glare, and he enunciated each word clearly through gritted teeth. "Colgan Rockney is so enthusiastic that he doesn't forget to care about the vassals of Black Sand region even though he is far away at the borders." Chapter 330. "No, Your Majesty, you can't take him away." Ian lost his composure and took a step forward. He had even forgotten how terrifying Chapman Lampard was. He was completely unaware that the man before him was the supreme ruler of the entire kingdom. "You can't take Prince Thales away." Count Nazir frowned slightly and whispered to Leespan, who was beside him, "Strange." "Yes." Regent Lisban also revealed a solemn and puzzled expression. Once the hostage prince falls into the king's hands, the situation will be reversed, but Lampard is shrewd and ruthless. Why does he think that Dragon Cloud City will obediently bow to the king's might and obediently hand over the hostage? Unless... Count Nazir narrowed his eyes. He has something that he can use against us, forcing us to compromise. No one noticed that Lisban's breathing froze for a moment. Or... Nazir was still thinking and did not notice his old opponent's loss of composure. He thinks that Prince Thales's whereabouts are of no importance to the overall situation, and that's why he said it casually. This time, Lisban did not respond to him. In the hall, King Chapman cast a sideways glance at the anxious Ian, as though he was looking at a clown. Prince Thales is related to the future of the two great kingdoms in the Western Peninsula. King Chapman's eyes were like frozen snow that would not melt. If we want to use him as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Renaissance Palace directly, the king of the kingdom should step forward. The king turned around and faced the entire hall. His voice was loud and clear. Don't you think so? Ian took a deep breath and adjusted himself. No one made a sound. Everyone stared at King Chapman with solemn expressions. Thale's thoughts raced as he sorted out the clues in his mind. The prince knew that the storm he was facing, whether it was the envoy from the city of faraway prayers or the Archduchess' marriage, seemed to be happening in Dragon Cloud City, but the actual key was actually focused on Black Sand region in the south, the fight between King Chapman and his vassals. Just as Putre said, everything started with King Chapman's new enfeoffment decree for the nobles. The Archduke of Black Sand region's ambition caused his vassals to retaliate. While King Chapman was in a terrible predicament, he also revealed his biggest weakness. The city of faraway prayers seized the opportunity to attack him while he was down. Both sides of the chessboard had entered the game and began to gradually increase their stakes. In the first round, the external forces led by the city of faraway prayers made the first move. With Rockney as an example, the Archduke supported and instigated the vassals under the Lampard family from behind the scenes, giving them the confidence to continue fighting against the king's decree. They attempted to send the already infamous king of kinslayers into the abyss of complete disgrace and desertion. The second round began with Black Sand region's counterattack. The Alliance of Freedom's strange accident had caused the Rockney family's backyard to be on fire, causing the families of Black Sand region, who had vowed to oppose tyranny, to lose their confidence. Who would dare to count on Archduke Rockney, who was trapped in a long-term war, to fulfill his promise and send troops to support them at the most crucial moment? In the third round of this game, the city of faraway prayers revealed its next card in response to King Chapman. Under Ian Rockney's mediation, Dragon Cloud City, which was the most important city in the kingdom but had been weakened for 6 years due to internal discord, finally reached an agreement. The vassals of Dragon Cloud City gathered under the Archduchess banner and promised to use their powerful military force to launch an expedition to the west to solve the city of faraway prayers' worries. They also used this as a gesture to join the list of those who would fight against the king, ensuring that the vassals of Black Sand region would continue fighting. After Dragon Cloud City expressed its stance, the balance returned to the side of the city of faraway prayers. Thales, Saroma, and Ian's plan was at this step. Thales silently looked at the king, who was facing the hall. He looked at the silent vassals in the hall and felt that the king's power was increasing day by day. Just like King Nuvan in the past. Your Majesty. Ian was, after all, a viscount of a city. He adjusted his emotions and spoke resolutely and firmly. We will complete the negotiations with Constellation ourselves, the annoying viscount, who had just arrived in Dragon Cloud City but was already famous outside, said coldly. The same goes for the war with the Alliance of Freedom. We don't need Black Sand region's help. We don't need the king's concern either. King Chapman did not answer. He did not even turn around to look at Ian. For the first time, Count Cotter's son, who hated Ian the most, spoke rudely at this moment, as if he was echoing Ian's words. Cotterson mocked him fiercely, "You'd better mind your own backyard, Your Majesty, of Black Sand region. I heard that Pine Sea Town's Count Mend is about to put up a notice denouncing the king in Sentry region." He snorted softly. "We can't count on a king who can't even manage his own territory." Obviously, the words mocking Black Sand region's internal instability worked. When Viscount Canvita, who stood behind King Chapman, heard this, he could not help but furrow his eyebrows tightly. King Chapman raised his eyebrows slightly. "Your Majesty." Saroma, who had not spoken for a long time, had a tense expression on her face. She could not hide the nervousness in her heart. The ones who have a grudge against the Alliance of Freedom are, after all, Dragon Cloud City and the City of Faraway Prayers, the Archduchess said seriously. "This is a battle that only belongs to the Walton family and the Rockney family. For the sake of Eksted's victory, Prince Thales will be more effective in the City of Faraway Prayers than in Black Sand City." Thales nodded slightly, but his gaze was gloomy. "You're right, Saroma. But the last thing King Chapman needed right now was probably a reason that was, based on reason." The king stood quietly for a few seconds, as if he wanted to savor the air at this moment. Only then did he slowly turn around and show half of his side profile to the furious Cotterson and Ian, who looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He then looked at the Archduchess and nodded at Thales. "All of you really like this boy, don't you?" In the quiet hall, King Chapman's pupils shrank slightly, and he let out a rather uneasy voice. "All of you are counting on him to force Constellation to intervene." In the face of the king's retort, Ian had no choice but to bite the bullet and reply, "This is the City of Faraway Prayer's internal affairs. It has nothing to do with you." As he listened to the people in the hall fighting over him, Thales could not help but sigh. Be it himself or Saroma, they were now facing an accident that they had not expected. It could also be said that this was the fourth round of the chess game. The sudden entry of Constellation's army made the clear balance of military power uncertain again, and shook the City of Faraway Prayer's initial overwhelming advantage. Constellation's army was a threat that could not be ignored in the battle against the Alliance of Freedom. Their attitude determined how much trouble the Alliance of Freedom could bring to the City of Faraway Prayers. This put Thales at the heart of the struggle. Once Thales arrived at Black Sand region, it meant that the bargaining chip with Constellation and the initiative in the war in the west had finally fallen into the king's hands. He could make Constellation retreat and end the war as soon as possible, or prolong the war. This also meant that Black Sand region had the City of Faraway Prayers under its control. In the face of the undeniable failure of the Rockney family behind the scenes, the suspicious vassals of Black Sand region would lose their confidence and hope and give up resisting the king. Then, the scheme the City of Faraway Prayers set against King Chapman to ruin his reputation had basically failed. But what was worse was that because of Thales' decision to stay or leave, the prince could not help but sigh. A crack appeared in the relationship between the stubborn Archduchess and her vassals. It also made Dragon Cloud City, who had originally planned to send troops, become uncertain again. So, he could no longer sit by and watch. Thales stared at King Chapman, who should not be standing there. With a heavy heart, he thought, "I have to use this final trump card. A dangerous trump card with a price." But 20 years ago, King Nuvan used all of Ekstedt to attack the Alliance of Freedom, didn't he? Chapman sighed. Now that the Alliance of Freedom has changed again, as his successor and nephew, I can't just sit by and do nothing. When the vassals of Dragon Cloud City heard King Nuvan's name, they stared at King Chapman with increasingly hostile expressions. Why would the Alliance of Freedom change at this time for no reason? Count Liner's expression was cold. He continued to use his sharp tongue to hit the nail on the head. Just like 18 years ago, when your father, the the former Archduke of Black Sand region, lost his life in the hands of a few defeated soldiers of Constellation while he was surrounded by guards and under your watch. Don't tell me you don't know. A kinslaying king who has no bottom line. At that moment, the stubble on King Chapman's face trembled slightly. When they heard Count Liner's extremely obvious and malicious hint, a sneer rose in the hole. Beside the king, Canvita and Croce's expressions turned cold. They were about to step forward and speak, but they were stopped by Chapman's hand gesture. Thales stared quietly at King Chapman, who did not say a word. Ever since this man was crowned as a kinslayer, especially after his coronation, no matter if it was a noble family or a commoner, the entire kingdom had never stopped talking about him, regardless of whether it was true or just pure malicious slander. Extet's kinslayer. Chapman I, the kinslayer. Other than power, this name would accompany him throughout his life. It would even be written in the history books, followed Chapman to his grave, and passed down to the future generations. But even so, this man, Thales stared at Lampard's eyes, which were as calm as still water. The wariness in his heart deepened. The lady has spoken very clearly. Our intentions are also very clear. This is just a local conflict. Count Carcagel's eyes were spitting fire. We did not ask you to come, Your Honorable Majesty. Don't flatter yourself. King Chapman's eyebrows twitched slightly. He nodded and did not say a word. As the three counts of Dragon Cloud City joined the battlefield and joined forces with the Archduchess and Ian, the king seemed to have nothing to say for a moment. But Thales sighed. He knew that if Lampard was such an easy person to deal with, then the second prince would not be here right now. Ian raised his eyebrows and seemed to have regained some confidence. Now, Your Majesty, if there is nothing else. King Chapman turned his head abruptly and stared at Ian coldly with a pair of cold eyes. Ian was shocked. The air of the city of faraway prayer's words seemed to have been choked, and he did not continue. The king sneered and shook his head. Local conflict. The king raised his head slightly. Thales noticed that the dark red gemstone in the center of his crown was slightly reflecting light. It reflected the light in the entire hole. But Constellation has already intervened, hasn't it? The king said softly in a relaxed manner, so, let me confirm it again. King Kessel seems to have some complaints about the Alliance of Freedom, so he sent an army to the Alliance of Freedom. He turned his head slowly and looked at the Prince of Constellation again. Thales. Is that so? Everyone's expression changed. Thales took a deep breath. Once again, everyone's gaze was focused on the guests from Constellation. Many people seemed to have figured something out and looked at the prince nervously. Among them, Ian, Saroma, and Nicholas were the most nervous. But in the face of Ian's anxious gaze, Saroma's puzzled gaze, and the Star Killer's angry gaze, Thales' expression remained the same. Even the prince's eyes did not waver. As if he was in a trance, he calmly opened his mouth and uttered the only word. Yes. When he said that, Ian's expression was the first to change. Thales, the Viscount of Dual Wind City of the City of Faraway Prayer's breathing quickened, and he said in disbelief, Are you really on his side? Ian stared at the Prince of Constellation with anguish and anxiety. How is this possible? Thales did not speak. Ian seemed to be very indignant. His facial muscles twitched violently a few times. In the next second, Ian suddenly pounced forward and grabbed Thales by the lapel. Waya and Ralph, who were already prepared, rushed forward and stood in front of Thales to block him. Ian wanted to go forward, but Monty, who was behind him, only swung his hand and grabbed Ian's shoulder firmly. Calm down, Ian, the Raven of Death said coldly. Ian, who could not take another step forward, took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He rudely flung Monty's hand away, gritted his teeth, and said indignantly, Answer me, Thales. Thales closed his eyes and sighed. The entire hall watched this scene in silence. I have always been on your side, Ian. The prince did not seem to see Ian's half-reprimanding and half-surprised gaze. He said faintly, don't you think that handing this matter to King Chapman, to the king you both serve, is the best way to handle it? When they heard Thales' words, many people frowned. Ian stared at Thales in a daze and shook his head with a pained expression. You, Thales did not answer. There was no change in his expression, as if he had lost the ability to change his expression. He only stared at the air in front of him quietly. At that moment, even Saroma slowly lowered her head. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. Nazir's gaze was deep and cold as he whispered to Lisban, it can't be clearer. We have this hostage, but he colluded with outsiders and played us in the palm of his hand. Lisban stared at Thales from afar and sighed slowly. So, this prince is indeed the king's ally. How ironic. King Chapman laughed. His voice echoed in the hall again. So, that is the country's action. This is no longer a local conflict. For the entire kingdom of the dragon, the Alliance of Freedom's disrespectful actions will not be easily forgiven. The king snorted coldly and no longer looked at Thales and the dejected Ian. This is not just about the interests of the city of faraway prayers, nor is it about Dragon Cloud City's reputation. With an imposing and sarcastic smile on his face, like a general who already had victory in his grasp, he waved his arms grandly at the nobles in the hall who had unpleasant expressions on their faces. This is my answer to you and your father, Thales, and I will definitely take action. King Chapman's voice was soft, but it carried a lot of weight. Thales closed his eyes and quickly opened them again. There was still not a hint of emotion in them. Very good. It was as though Chapman was not talking about the country behind him. King Chapman smiled again. He was usually stingy with his smiles, but it was as if he was going to use half of his smiles on this day. He paced towards the Archduchess and said slowly, I'm not sure. Then, as the common elected king of all of Ekstedt, I hereby declare, his words made many nobles nervous again. What was he going to do? And the king did not let the people down. For the sake of stabilizing the situation in the Alliance of Freedom, intimidating our potential enemies, and for the sake of the everlasting friendship between the Lampard family and the Rockney family, King Chapman said loudly with delight and confidence. Black Sand region will send reinforcements to the city of faraway prayers to deal with the Alliance of Freedom. As soon as he finished speaking, cries of surprise immediately rose in the hall. Saroma looked at her regent in confusion, but Lisban only had a bitter expression on his face and tightened his lips. Many of the vassals looked at each other in confusion. They discussed among themselves, but none of them understood King Chapman's actions. Reinforcements. From Black Sand region to the city of faraway prayers. Ian muttered. Ian Rockney, who had already suffered quite a blow from Thales' unexpected betrayal, stared at King Chapman in a daze. His mind was a mess. What? What is he doing? Imitating Dragon Cloud City and righteously earning a reputation? No. What reputation can a kinslayer have? Harming oneself to benefit others and help us quell the Alliance of Freedom? Impossible. Or is he trying to conquer the city of faraway prayers with violence? That's even more impossible. Thales was also puzzled. Black Sand region will send troops to the city of faraway prayers. At that moment, Thales frowned and thought hard. His mind spun madly. Wait, what does Lampard want the most right now? What's the most pressing problem? Of course it's. In the next second, Thales, who had figured out the inside story, opened his mouth wide in shock. Very soon, he would not be the only one. Because King Chapman's sonorous voice spoke again, as I said, we are here to help, very soon, from the northern plains to the tributary of Sunset's Snow River, from the sighing hills to the eastern and western pine forests, every village, every castle, and every noble in Black Sand region will receive my summons." The king looked at every noble in the hall with a gloomy expression. He especially cast a special glance at Leespan and Ian. "For Extet, my vassals will stake their reputations, offer their wealth, recruit warriors, and send their children to the west to witness the unbreakable friendship between Black Sand region and the city of faraway prayers through the alliance of freedom's foolish actions and ultimate failure. They will also witness how we love this great kingdom together." When he said this, the shrewd and ruthless vassals, Leespan, Nazir, and the others were shocked. They looked at each other in shock. They already understood the king's plan. No way. The hall slowly quietened down. Ian took a few deep breaths before he frowned. "Stake our reputations and offer our wealth." A surge of anger immediately rose in the Viscount's chest. "Impossible." Ian's face contorted. He could not help but shout at King Chapman, "Do you think that by using the name of assisting the city of faraway prayers, you can make the world believe that we have secretly made peace with you and are in cahoots with you? That you can make the vassals in Black Sand region, who have been opposing you, waver? That will destroy their confidence in fighting against your tyranny? That's impossible." The Viscount trembled slightly. The indignation in his eyes was plain to see. "The entire Black Sand region despises you, spits on you, and opposes your *T decree." Ian glared at Thales angrily, as if he still bore a grudge against Thales' betrayal. The Viscount of Dual Wind City turned to the king again and said rudely, "Assist us?" "Humph, at this moment, who can you order around? No one in Black Sand region will care about your summons. Tyrant who doesn't respect tradition." Beside the king, Viscount Canvita snorted coldly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the other's disrespectful tone. Thales frowned and stared at King Chapman. "It's been 6 years. Your methods are still as terrifying as before. In fact, they're even more terrifying than before. Old friend." Regent Leespan coughed softly. Sir Ian, Count Leespan, who had seen through something, said solemnly, "Do you still not understand? This is exactly what he wants, disobedient vassals." Ian was slightly taken aback at first. But then, he gradually came to a realization. Disobedient vassals. Ian looked as if he was struck by lightning. His indignant face first turned from red to white, then from white to green. Chapter 331. Asterisk clap, 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 asterisk a lonely but ear-piercing clap rang in the hall. The nobles frowned and turned their heads. The king was relaxed. He raised his hands calmly and clapped softly. It was as if he was enjoying a theatrical performance. Thales felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. He remembered the bloody dawn 6 years ago. At that time, Lampard was the same. He clapped softly, walked out of the murderous army, and walked towards Thales and Little Rascal with victory in his grasp. "Indeed, thank you for reminding me, Ian Rockney," King Chapman said flatly as he clapped. "My vassals have been a little restless lately. Many people have nowhere to vent their energy." The king inhaled and exhaled slowly. His gaze was cold. "So, this is the best opportunity, isn't it? I will provide them, who can't suppress their passion, with a chance to serve the country. This is the right time." Behind the king, Canvita crossed his arms and chuckled. Ian slowly came to his senses and stared at the king in a daze. He seemed to have expected it, but he still refused to believe the facts he deduced. What do you mean?" King Chapman did not speak. He only curled the corners of his lips and revealed a vulture-like cruel smile. Viscount Canvita, the second assistant advisor of Eksted's Imperial Conference, stepped forward gently. Just as His Majesty said, from the moment the Prince of Constellation opened his mouth to confirm. No, it should be from the moment the Constellation army appeared. This was no longer a local conflict. In fact, it's no longer about who the Alliance of Freedom, who broke the treaty, is loyal to. It's no longer as simple as a dispute between Eksted and its tiny affiliated kingdom. He grinned and revealed a bright and relaxed smile, but his words contained a message that made the nobles frown. What the city of faraway prayers is facing is the honor and humiliation of all of Eksted. It's our national dignity in the face of our mortal enemy, Constellation. As I said to the Archduchess in this hall a few weeks ago, Canvita said slowly, in the face of Eksted's honor and humiliation, our internal disputes become insignificant. Saroma recalled the meeting a few weeks ago, and her face immediately turned pale. Canvita snorted softly and said, regardless of whether it's a small misunderstanding between archdukes or the vassals' small dissatisfaction towards the king, they should all be put aside, shouldn't they? He gently spread his hands. This is the supreme name, the war of the country, and the unavoidable righteousness of the joint ruling pledge. Some of the vassals of Black Sand region, in the face of righteousness, if they dare to reject His Majesty's conscription order, if they are unwilling to recruit soldiers, if they are unwilling to mobilize, if they are unwilling to obey orders, if they are unwilling to come, Viscount Canvita seemed to be very happy to see the people from the city of faraway prayers suffer. He shrugged and deliberately chuckled in a low voice. Ha, 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 bang. Behind Canvita was Croche, who had disliked him since a long time ago. She mercilessly knocked on the assistant counselor's head. Speak properly. Viscount Canvita rubbed his head indignantly and did not say anything else. But no one was paying attention to them anymore. King Chapman's voice rang out again, and this time, it was especially chilling. Northlanders don't need cowards. Especially those people. Those who refuse to put aside their internal disputes, their dissatisfaction towards the king, their passion to go to war, and their willingness to die in the face of the righteousness of the country are cowards. The king looked around at the people in the hall. His eyes shone with a cold glare. What other reason do they have to occupy the name of nobility, the benefits of titles, and drag out an ignoble existence in the world? And as their suzerain, what other reason do I have to be soft-hearted towards them? Sighs rose and fell in the hall, along with exhales of indignation. Thales watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. His heart was heavy. Using the name of defending against foreign enemies to eradicate dissidents, as a ruler, you're really straightforward, Lampard. At least the rulers of other places would put an effort to whitewash it a little. Saroma thought about her current situation, and then thought about the king's current situation. She could not help but be shocked when she understood something. Ian's expression froze for a moment. The next moment, he swayed violently, as if he was hit head-on by a carriage weighing 1,000 pounds. The Raven of Death frowned and supported him. No, no. Ian's breathing quickened. He was drenched in cold sweat. Why you want to use this war against the Alliance of Freedom to purge your vassals? Is this the purpose of issuing the draft order because of Constellation's interference? No, Ian thought in despair. It can't be. How can it be like this? At the other end of the hall, the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers was immersed in sorrow. The 6 counts of Dragon Cloud City stared at King Chapman. The cautiousness and wariness in their eyes had never been seen before. But in the next second, Ian suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with anger. Do you think you will succeed? Lampard. Your vassals, they are all nobles, elites among men. It is because of their support and loyalty that the Lampard family can sit firmly in the Archduke's position. He gritted his teeth so hard that he almost crushed them. He did not even care about how he addressed the king. But now, you want to attack them. Do you think they will sit quietly and wait for the Lampard family's army to storm their castles, rob them of their wealth, and strip them of their titles? Do you think the warriors who are loyal to you can really handle the entire Black Sand region? However, what interrupted him was the king's faint sneer. Ha, 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 ha. At this moment, King Chapman turned his neck slightly and looked at the Archduchess on the stairs. The Star Killer frowned. He blocked Saroma's path without showing any sign of weakness. The hatred in his eyes never diminished. When he saw that Saroma looked as if she was facing a great enemy, King Chapman narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He said in a mocking tone, "Didn't I tell you? The Archduke of Reformation Tower has already expressed his stance. If Constellation really interferes with the Alliance of Freedom, then he will definitely not stand by and do nothing." His words made many nobles tense up again. Porpheus Trentida is a man of great righteousness. He will be very willing to send troops to aid the city of faraway prayers. He and his army will come to Black Sand region and meet up with me and the warriors of the Lampard family. King Chapman spoke very slowly, almost enunciating each word softly. Then, we will see which traitors in Black Sand region are unwilling to serve the country. Ian was stunned again. What? Reformation Tower in Black Sand region? That means that if Lampard wants to get rid of the nobles in my region, whether it's in name, strength, or timing, it's already Reformation Tower, Trentida. Ian remembered something and sighed. In the end, he closed his eyes in pain. That bastard. Reformation Tower is the closest to us, Canvita added with a smile. Of course, they will understand our intentions the best. He remembered the cunning noble with the bowl cut, the glint in his eyes, and the provocative words he used. The Archduke of Reformation Tower. Porpheus Trentida. Even during the most critical moment in Heroic Spirit Palace, when the battle between Rockney, Alceus, and Lampard was on the verge of breaking out, the Archduke only held a short knife and hid safely in the distance. Him. Has he already sided with Lampard? You've planned this from the beginning, haven't you? Ian's face was ashen. When you issued the new decree and the families of Black Sand region first objected, King Chapman and his two subordinates stared at him coldly. You didn't care how your vassals would object to your decree, and you didn't care whether they would contact external help like the City of Faraway Prayers, because you didn't want to waste time with them and play this political game with them. Ian said sadly. In fact, the Alliance of Freedom's move was not to hold the City of Faraway Prayers back, nor was it to weaken the opposition's confidence in external help. King Chapman stared at the people in the hall with a focused expression, as though he was watching an interesting play. You didn't even care whether Dragon Cloud City would send troops, didn't care about the outcome of the war, and didn't care whether the City of Faraway Prayers could end the war quickly. From the beginning, you made up your mind, Ian muttered to himself. You wanted to use the most direct, brutal, and simple method to get rid of those disobedient old vassals. What you lack is just a name, a reason, a grandiose excuse written in the joint ruling pledge that will not incite the people's anger, and that will have the least consequences. He said his next sentence with a pained expression. Such as Constellation. Ian looked at Thales in despair, but the prince only shook his head. The Viscount slumped into his chair in dejection and no longer looked at anyone. He was like a defeated fighter in a coliseum. We, the City of Faraway Prayers, we foolishly roped in the archdukes and prepared to condemn the king together. We naively made promises to the inferior nobles of Black Sand region, hoping that they would destroy Lampard's prestige and destroy the king's authority. We turned him into an empty king. Now, from the looks of it, we lost this game from the beginning. Beside Ian, the Raven of Death sighed softly. He glanced at Thales with a deathly still gaze. Leesban heaved a long and heavy sigh. So, if your vassals were to accept the conscription, it would mean a huge expenditure and countless manpower. And the expedition to the west would mean handing over the population, combat power, heirs, supplies, and rear to you. These nobles' lifelines would be handed over to you. Perhaps by the time they return, their territories will have been turned upside down. Perhaps they will never be able to return. Don't make it sound so bad, Viscount Canvita said, as if he was having a headache. At the end of the day, His Majesty is only conscripting the army in his territory to go to the Alliance of Freedom to regain his dignity. Leesband shook his head. However, if His Majesty's vassals refuse to be conscripted, you have the right and reason to use the combined might and military power of the Lampard family and Reformation Tower to deprive them of their titles and even purge their families in the name that no one can object to. You will truly turn Black Sand region into your own territory. The regent sighed in a low voice. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? Thales looked at Ian's absent-minded expression and at Lisbon's face, which seemed to have aged a few years in an instant. He felt dejected. Yes, I know this feeling. I have experienced it before, and I will never forget it. The argument earlier was just an appetizer for Chapman Lampard. But the truly terrifying thing about the Kinslayer was his methods. The bloody siege in front of Broken Dragon Fortress, the terrifying attack on the night of disaster. As always, he was as swift as lightning, direct, violent, cruel, decisive, and effective. What was left for the enemy was only shock and regret. King Chapman snorted softly. It's not that they don't have a choice. King Chapman turned his gaze and met the old Lisbon's eyes. They can choose to be loyal to the king, obey the decree, choose to continue loving Ekstedt, and everyone will be happy, the king said coldly. His sharp eyes seemed to hide an unstoppable blade. Wherever he looked, the nobles averted their gazes. Instead of secretly interacting with the forces of power other than their vassals, hoping to escape their inevitable fate. Of course, this is also a warning to those who stick their hands into my territory and meddle in other people's business. Know your place, or I will come for you. As he said this, King Chapman swept his cold gaze over the people in the hall again. He was like a fierce beast patrolling its territory. The iron fist emblem on his outer robe that represented the Lampard family was very eye-catching at that moment. Aside from the noble's indistinct breathing that varied in speed, the hall was silent. Thales quietly watched the dejected Ian, and a chill rose in his heart. Regent Leesband sighed softly before he said with a solemn expression, "You have no intention of holding back at all, and neither do you have the shame and bottom line of a noble, right?" Leesband, the former Prime Minister of the kingdom, faced the king's gaze, which was even more powerful than before, and called out his name without fear, Chapman Lampard. In the face of those traditional families who oppose your expansion of power, you not only faced the difficulty head-on, but also counterattacked. Mend, Devonson, Peruno, i.k.a. these Northland families in Black Sand region that we are familiar with. These are illustrious surnames that have been loyal to the bloodline of the Rebellion King and the Lampard family since Rikaru's era. They have a history of hundreds and thousands of years, Leesband said in a pained tone. They thought that they could force the suzerain to retract his decree by working together to force the king to abdicate, as they usually did, but times have changed. In the face of your cruel methods and your merciless conscription order, they either have to acknowledge your decree, lower their heads, compromise, and obey your orders, or they have to shed rivers of blood and be reduced to ashes. With a hint of melancholy and hatred, Lisbon's words also caused the nobles to feel anxious. Thales exhaled slowly and sank into deep thought. In Dragon Cloud City, Saroma trembled with fear because of her status as an archduchess. She struggled to maintain what little prestige she had in exchange for the vassals' cooperation and obedience. In Black Sand region, however, Lampard bore the infamy of a kinslayer and a reformer. He was merciless and used blood to clear his path, leaving the vassals to lower their heads and obey him. Which side is better? King Chapman's left hand pressed on his old saber and he sneered. There are many people who want to serve the country, and most of them do not have fiefs or titles. Even though it was midsummer, the king's voice seemed to be as cold as a cold wind. My right-hand man, Lord Tolja, told me. He faced all the nobles in the hall and said something that made them shudder. In this world, there are still too many people who occupy high positions but do not do anything. It's not without reason. Lisban closed his eyes and did not answer. The hall was quiet for a long time. The counts of Dragon Cloud City had solemn expressions on their faces. Even in the face of the Archduchess' willfulness and recklessness, they did not show even a hint of it. My God, what a king stands there, said the Earl of Hurst, pale, and what a king it is. The worst kind. Count Liner clenched his fingers tightly. The worst kind. The Cotterson shook his head in disdain, but his eyes were filled with wariness. What a scum. Count Nazir stared at the king silently, but he would occasionally cast his gaze at Prince Thales in the corner with a contemplative look. Dragon Cloud City, do you understand now? King Chapman did not care about the people in Dragon Cloud City discussing his words. If the City of Faraway Prayers really prepared an open letter and asked all of you to sign it, instigating some unwise idiots in my territory to continue opposing me, the king raised his head and looked at the highest seat. The girl who had been staring at him quietly without saying a word for a long time. What a pity. The corners of King Chapman's lips curled up in delight. Because it's meaningless now. Ian lowered his head and stared at his knees. He did not seem to notice the gazes around him. King Chapman shook his head. I even want to suggest that there is no need for you to get involved in this war. Black Sand region has already taken over. There is no need for you to send troops. At that moment, the three people from Black Sand region stood proudly in the hall, as if this was their home field. The vassals of Dragon Cloud City clenched their fists again. Indignation burned in their hearts. Because no matter how long the Alliance of Freedom's war lasts, the king's expression was a little ferocious. The outcome on the chessboard has already been decided. Thales shook his head. So, as expected, you seized the opportunity, Lampard. You got what you wanted. Then, from this moment on, Thales fixed his gaze on King Chapman. Where is your reward? In the next second, King Chapman seemed to have sensed Thales' gaze. He turned his head and looked at the prince, who gradually became more cautious from his expressionless face. He frowned slightly. Thales still stared at him coldly. The king pursed his lips a little. King Chapman exhaled a long breath. As for this prince, don't bother sending him to the City of Faraway Prayers. Send him to Black Sand region. As the person who truly mediates with Constellation, it is only natural for me to entertain Prince Thales. Thales closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At that moment, even though he was in the Walton family's heroic spirit palace and Rikera's Hall of Heroes, King Chapman acted like a true master and arrogantly spoke to the vassals in the hall. Is there anything else? No one answered. Are we really going to Black Sand region? Wyatt's expression changed drastically as he looked at Ralph. This, Thales chuckled softly in the corner and comforted the two people behind him in a low voice. Calm down, it's not over yet. I called him here, the prince silently thought. I'm not planning to be a guest in Black Sand region. But he also noticed that Nicholas' gaze was getting colder and colder. Since just now, the Star Killer's gaze had never left the prince. It was as if he knew Thales' role in this. The hall was very quiet. No one spoke. In the chill brought by the king, everyone was thinking about the consequences of this sudden accident. The outcome of the game between the City of Faraway Prayers and Black Sand region seemed to be in sight. What should Dragon Cloud City do? Then, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rose into the air. Yes. King Chapman's expression changed slightly. He turned towards the direction where he originally thought there would be no accidents. Saroma Walton, the highest ruler of Dragon Cloud City in name, lowered her head and said weakly, "As you said, Your Majesty. I will not send Prince Thales to the west, to the city of faraway prayers." The vassals of Dragon Cloud City frowned. King Chapman put on an approving expression. "You are a smart girl." But in the next moment, the Archduchess suddenly stood up. "But listen carefully, Your Majesty Chapman. He will not go to the city of faraway prayers." Under everyone's puzzled and surprised gazes, the Archduchess' expression became stern, and her tone quickly changed. "But he will not go to Black Sand region either." Thales smiled. "Yes. She is a smart girl." King Chapman was slightly taken aback. "Thales is a guest of Dragon Cloud City. This is the common agreement made by the 6 archdukes in this hall 6 years ago," Saroma said coldly. "He will stay in Dragon Cloud City and will not go anywhere." "Anywhere?" King Chapman's expression turned cold again. "Just like 6 years ago." But against the king's expectations, the girl who still trembled under his gaze 6 years ago now had a steady expression and a determined gaze. In the silent confrontation, Viscount Canvita furrowed his brows, but Croce smiled. "The common agreement made by the 6 archdukes." King Chapman snorted softly. "You are very mischievous, girl. You have a lot of ideas." "Not only that." Saroma shook her head without showing any signs of weakness. "You need to know one more thing. Regardless of the City of Faraway Prayer's attitude, regardless of your attitude, Dragon Cloud City will send troops to conquer the Alliance of Freedom, just like how my father and grandfather personally pacified the Alliance of Freedom 20 years ago. This is the responsibility of the Walton family, and it is the dignity of Dragon Cloud City." With a taut face, she said unyieldingly, "It will not change because of one person, regardless of whether he is a king or a beggar." The atmosphere in the hall turned completely cold. The counts watched the confrontation between the king and the Archduchess with complicated emotions. King Chapman pressed down on his saber again and pursed his lips. Saroma, on the other hand, met his gaze without flinching. Finally, after a few breaths, the king laughed coldly. "An unmarried little girl is going to shoulder the honor of the dragon spear." King Chapman looked around. "Do your experienced and powerful vassals also agree to this?" Saroma took a step forward. Her expression did not change. "My vassals, every single one of them, support my decision." Under the king's gaze, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City frowned and looked at each other. At this moment, Regent Leespan took a step forward without hesitation. "The Archduchess will is our mission," Count Leespan said coldly. "She said that Prince Thales will not go to Black Sand region." "Then he won't go." His old colleague, Nazir, sighed softly. "The problem is solved." Count Cotterson also snorted coldly. "The lady also said that we are going to help the City of Faraway Prayers, Kinslayer." Cotterson grinned savagely. "Then we will sharpen our axes and bring our swords." King Chapman frowned. He raised his head to look at Saroma, who was standing high above. The Archduchess was still staring at him with a determined expression. Her gaze did not waver in the slightest. Count Hirsch stared at the Archduchess and nodded heavily. "The lady's attitude is Dragon Cloud City's attitude. It doesn't matter what kind of *T order that *T king gave us. If that king has the guts, he can bring his army and his lackeys to Dragon Cloud City to deprive us of our titles," Count Leiner said sarcastically. "Who knows, maybe I will obediently hand it over." Carcagel's gaze was cold. His words were short and clear. "Welcome to Dragon Cloud City, Your Majesty." As the Archduchess and the Count spoke, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City reached a consensus as they stared at each other. With the same cold and hostile gaze, they stared at the king. You heard what they said. Saroma still stared at King Chapman coldly. Do you have any questions, Your Majesty? For the first time, King Chapman looked at the young girl seriously. It was as if he was sizing up a weapon. Not bad at all, girl, he said softly. With a deep chill, King Chapman said softly, but regarding the agreement made by the 6 archdukes 6 years ago, you are still wrong about one thing, girl. In the next second, King Chapman turned to Thales and revealed a strange expression. Thales could not help but tense up. Saroma was stunned for a moment. What? King Chapman swung his arm, turned around abruptly, and faced the puzzled gazes of the entire hall. Why do I remember? The king's bone-chilling voice echoed between the pillars. 6 years ago, in this hall, the truly legitimate, reasonable, and legitimate archdukes, what if there are only 5? Saroma's expression froze. At that moment, Thales' cheeks stiffened. His pupils slowly shrank. Chapter 332. What do you mean by this? Count Hirsch stared at the king with an unfriendly gaze. He was not the only one. All the nobles in the hall were enraged by the king's provocation. Except for a few. Thales pressed down on his slightly trembling fists and stared at King Chapman's terrifying gaze. What is he trying to do? Exposing Saroma's identity at this time. Does he not want to be king anymore? When he thought of this, Thales glared at King Chapman. His eyes were filled with warning. King Chapman noticed Thales' gaze. Before the angry or puzzled expressions of the nobles in the hall, the king snorted softly with an ambiguous meaning. No, when he saw this, the prince suddenly understood. Thales saw King Chapman carefully scrutinize the few people at the top of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma, Leaseband, Nazir. The king took in their expressions and revealed a mysterious smile. No, he doesn't look like he's going to fight to the death and injure both sides, Thales thought to himself. As he stared at Saroma, who was puzzled and nervous on the stairs, Thales suppressed his desire to speak and interrupt the king. His identity was sensitive to begin with. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make, and it would only attract unnecessary suspicion. Because the 6th person left is not an archduke. King Chapman said coldly, but his words strangely stopped there. In that second, everyone's face in the hall was reflected in the king's eyes. A few seconds later, King Chapman showed a satisfied expression. He changed the topic at the perfect time. But an archduchess. Saroma frowned, not knowing how to react. It felt like a person who was usually so serious that his jaw almost fell off suddenly trying to be humorous. Thales' tensed heart relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the teenage prince swore that aside from himself, the sin of Hell's River had given him extraordinary hearing ability. There were at least 4 breaths of different speeds that exhaled in a barely noticeable manner after the king's words. Saroma, Leaseband, Nicholas, wait, who's the last one? But Thales' attention was immediately captured by another matter. Lampard isn't trying to fall out with me. He's testing all of Dragon Cloud City, and he's warning me. The disdainful snorts of the nobles rose in the hall, showing their displeasure at the king's senseless joke. The archduchess stared at the king stiffly. Her lips trembled slightly, but she eventually fell silent. Archduke and Archduchess. This joke is not funny. Count Liner's expression was gloomy. It only shows that our king lacks respect for Rikuru's bloodline. Be careful, Chapman. Regent Leaseband had been wearing a cold expression just now. As the most suitable person to speak at this moment, he retorted rudely, if you make too many jokes, one day, you will die because of one of them. King Chapman gently caressed the hilt of his sword by his side. He was clearly speaking to Saroma, but he cast a glance at Thales, whether intentionally or not. Girl, as the first female suzerain in the history of Northland, you are stepping on a path that has never been seen before. Every word, action, and every move you make will shock Northland and Extet. Ian, who was immersed in his failure, couldn't help but raise his head. Many people frowned. The king said faintly, as the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, your marriage is different from that of an ordinary archduke's marriage. It involves the succession of many families and the balance of power in Extet. Thales looked at the king in puzzlement. But in just a few seconds, he figured out the king's intention. The prince desperately hid his worry and tried his best to look at the Archduchess with an indifferent expression. Under the gazes of countless people, the king said meaningfully, for example, this time, the Viscount of the City of Faraway Prayers came all the way here to propose marriage. This makes me very worried. What if you marry someone you shouldn't? This is a major event that can shake Extet's foundation. The 6 counts of Dragon Cloud City looked at each other worriedly. Saroma inhaled slowly and spoke with a cold expression. I have already declined Sir Ian's request, the Archduchess said coldly. You can rest assured. King Chapman sneered disapprovingly. I don't think you understand what I mean, girl. On my way here, I heard a lot of rumors. The king sneered and waved his hand in Thales' direction. For example, how you protected this Prince of Constellation for 6 years, accompanied each other, helped each other, you lived and grew up under the same roof with him, you even ate together, attended classes together. The Archduchess revealed a stunned expression. Thales put on a stern expression and fixed his gaze on Saroma. Calm down, Saroma. You must calm down. Think about what I said. Saroma. The next moment, the king narrowed his eyes and said softly, you and him, don't tell me you slept together. Once he said that, there was silence. The Archduchess' lips trembled slightly, but she could not say a word. She could only clench her teeth in embarrassment and anger. Until, Lampard. As everyone's expressions changed drastically, the first to react was the former commander of the White Blade Guards, who was in charge of protecting the Archduchess. Nicholas could no longer care about being addressed as king. He could no longer suppress his hatred for Lampard and lost his composure as he shouted angrily, you shameless coward. Your impudence on the day of the state affairs hearing ends here. My brothers and I are very happy to, but he was stopped by Lisban, who had a cold expression on his face. Calm down. The regent suppressed his anger. Any act of anger is meaningless. Not only that, the hall, which had been slightly quiet, exploded again. What did you say? Duel with him, my lords. *T. Can the king do whatever he wants? Under countless people's strange gazes, Thales tried his best to maintain an unchanging expression. His hands under his sleeves grabbed his knees tightly, his knuckles protruding. Among the suzerains of Dragon Cloud City, Count Hurst's golden beard trembled violently as he panted. He could no longer hold it in. In the name of the Count of Flatiron County, Brookenhurst, Hurst leaped up from his chair in rage and stared at Lampard with eyes full of hatred. For the honor of the ladies, Chapman Lampard, I issue you a sacred duel challenge. He swung his arm, pointed it at the king's nose, and cursed, let blood wash away the humiliation you have brought us, kinslayer. This sentence made the people in the hall, who were burning with anger, even more so. Lampard's words had probably angered the crowd. Even the Archduchess guards glared at him with hatred. They had no intention of protecting the king. Crocia's expression froze. She dutifully pressed down on her weapon and stood in front of King Chapman. Viscount Canvita also frowned and was about to step forward, but she pushed him back. But King Chapman only snorted loudly. It was as if there was nothing in front of him. The king simply swung his left arm and pointed it at the agitated Hurst from afar. It was as if he was going to answer the latter's challenge. The noisy crowd in the hall instantly fell silent. However, in the next second, the king gently retracted his arm, pushed Croce aside, and pushed her sword back into its sheath, which had been drawn a few inches. In the name of the common elected King of Extet and Archduke of Black Sand Region, Chapman Lampard, the king stared coldly at the trembling Hurst. His tone was steady and unhurried. With the power of the king, I reject your meaningless challenge, Hurst. Only then did he put down his arm and look at the Archduchess again without any nervousness. "Ah!" The furious Hurst roared indignantly, "You despicable coward! Be at ease, Hurst." Count Nazir snorted coldly. He patted Hurst's shoulder and pushed the livid Hurst back. "Your Majesty, because of your rude words and actions," the old Nazir also stared at the king in a hostile manner. "In the next year, Rubble Hill and Harding County will impose heavy taxes on the merchant groups and farmers heading towards Black Sand Region as a form of protest." King Chapman's relaxed attitude finally changed a little. The light in his eyes flickered. His gaze on Nazir clearly became hostile, and the slight curl of his upper lip indicated his current mood. Thales lowered his head and smiled at an angle that no one else could see. "Yes, I can feel it. Even though the anger is directed at the king, but more doubts, worries, dissatisfaction, wariness, and hatred are directed at him." This so-called king is becoming more and more unscrupulous. "Count Carcagel, your territory is the closest," Count Cotterson whispered to his colleague with a frosty expression. "I'm thinking, if the king were to meet with an accident on his way back from the city, calm down." Although the one-armed count's eyes were filled with resentment, he still shook his head. "If the king dies within the jurisdiction of Dragon Cloud City, no matter who did it, the unlucky ones will be Dragon Cloud City." Next to him, Count Liner nodded. "Do you think the other archdukes will be filled with joy and gratitude for our righteous act?" Count Liner stared at King Chapman. There was a deep chill in his eyes. "I swear to you, they will mourn the king's misfortune while discussing how to seize the opportunity to slaughter Dragon Cloud City. After Black Sand Region, it will be our turn." Lise Ban remained the calmest in the chaos in the hall. He patted Saroma's arm gently. "My lady." The Archduchess took a deep breath and managed to suppress her emotions with great difficulty under the regent's cold gaze. "Your words just now are enough to bring about generations of hatred between the Walton family and the Lampard family, Your Majesty." King Chapman shrugged. "Look at your vassals' reactions. This is what I am worried about. Sometimes, a marriage between two people is enough to destroy two countries." The king looked around and said slowly, "Some things have serious consequences, and they must be stopped before they happen." He turned around and his gaze became stern. "Otherwise, with the age of all of you here, I am afraid that many years later, Dragon Cloud City, and even all of Extet, may not have the ability to stop a supreme king of Constellation from assuming the position of Dragon Cloud City's regent." These words made many of the vassals' breathing become heavier. Thales snorted coldly and rudely, attracting a few hostile gazes. This was the condition King Nuvan gave him back then. But now, it was being used as a means and a bargaining chip by Lampard. "Your vassals might be ashamed to speak up, but as an elder who personally watched you ascend to the Archduke's throne, I can no longer pretend to be refined and polite." King Chapman stared at Saroma, who was so angry that she could not speak. "As a king, I must act while I still have some power, and my words still have some effect." Saroma was so angry that she could not even speak. Saroma took a deep breath. "You mean, Saroma Walton?" A fierce glare flashed in the king's eyes. "In the name of the common elected king, I hereby order you to hand over Thales Jadestar to me. For Extet, and for your Dragon Cloud City." The hall became silent again. Saroma stared at the king with widened eyes. King Chapman raised his head and said softly, "So, what is your answer?" "My answer," The Archduchess sensed that everyone's gazes were directed at her. But unlike before, this time, their gazes were exceptionally different. Saroma furrowed her eyebrows tightly. She bit her lower lip and exchanged a few glances with Lisban. She could only feel the burning sensation on her face getting stronger. But she did not dare to meet the teenager's gaze. She did not dare. At this moment, a long sigh suddenly rose from the crowd. "You're such a busybody, Chapman." Under everyone's gaze, Thales stood up slowly. With weariness and exhaustion, he yawned. "You think I'll like this lady?" He stared at the people in the hall with a disdainful expression and gestured rudely at the Archduchess with his chin. This immediately attracted a few Northlanders' passionate greetings to their Jade Star ancestors. The Archduchess was slightly startled when she saw Thales stand up. "What is he going to do again? Don't you think things are messy enough, young prince?" In a terrible mood, Nicholas clenched his fists in exasperation. "Be a good boy and shut up." But Thales only gave him a nonchalant glance. This made the Star Killer even angrier. "You like her?" "Not necessarily." King Chapman stared at Thales with interest. "But if you like Dragon Cloud City and use her to your..." Thales raised his eyebrows and put on an expression that suggested he did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Ha ha ha." He laughed helplessly. "Hey, Saroma, if that's the case, you like me, don't you?" Saroma stared at Thales' teasing expression in disbelief. She parted her lips, but did not know what to say. She had a premonition of what Thales was going to do. Under the gazes of all the nobles in the hall, the girl felt her face burn. "Are you going to ask me to be your husband?" Thales seemed to be amused by his own words. He even ignored the angry glares and curses of the nobles in the hall. He crossed his arms and chuckled as his shoulders twitched. Saroma knew that her expression at the moment was definitely unpleasant. He was definitely acting. "Yes. I know, it's for, but at that moment, the girl felt waves of indescribable discomfort. Ha 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 ha. As his laughter continued, the Northlanders looked at the prince with increasingly terrifying gazes. It was probably already very difficult for anyone to tell who was the most unpopular person in the Hall of Heroes at that moment, Thales or Lampard. Dragon Cloud City protected you for 6 years, so-called prince. Count Hirsch took a deep breath. His eyes were burning. "This is your repayment." Thales stopped laughing. "Protection." The prince ruminated on this word, and his expression slowly changed. "How dare you say that? My greatest enemy in the 6 years I've been here, isn't it you Northlanders who use me as a bargaining chip?" Saroma's breath froze for a moment. But the prince's words immediately changed. He put on that disdainful and sarcastic expression again. "But since your Archduchess has taken a liking to me, ha ha ha, perhaps I have a way to repay her." Ha ha ha. Everyone in the hall stared at Thales with cold expressions. Nicholas was so angry that his entire body trembled. The red flush on his face did not fade. The Archduchess pursed her lips. Her expression was mournful as she ignored the countless gazes directed at her both openly and secretly. "This is your determination? Your backup plan? You want me to choose the path most suitable for the Archduchess? Is this what you mean?" On the other hand, King Chapman's expression as he stared at the prince became more and more amused. Only Nazir sighed softly. Lisban, who was sitting opposite him, saw it. He only frowned and shook his head. "I understand." Saroma raised her head and straightened her face. With great difficulty, she said, "Prince Thales, you want to go to Black Sand region, don't you?" Thales stopped laughing. "Why?" The prince's expression returned to normal. He sighed softly and said provocatively, "You can't bear to part with me." Saroma shuddered slightly. Bah! Count Hirsch turned his head away. He seemed to be disdainful of even cursing. The young girl closed her eyes. Her expression was one of struggle. "My lady, as long as you say it," Kader-san said angrily, "we should still be able to make it if we keep one of his hands." Karkagel snorted coldly. "Shame." Count Liner shook his head coldly. "You little brat, I don't care what you and the kinslayer did behind my back in a pathetic, at this moment, enough, everyone." The Archduchess abruptly spoke and interrupted the conversation. Saroma's voice echoed in the hall and spread. The silence lasted for a while. Then, the female voice rang out again in a low and clear voice. "Then, I wish you a smooth journey, Prince Thales." Saroma opened her eyes. Her expression was cold. At this moment, the Saroma in Thales' eyes finally put away that hesitant and mournful look on her face. Thales' tense nerves slowly relaxed at this moment. "Very well, Saroma." He sighed in his heart. Choosing the path that suits the Archduchess the most is the right choice. "He's yours." The Archduchess' voice became firm, just like when she was forced into marriage by her vassals. "King Chapman." No one spoke. It seemed that the opinions of the suzerains of Dragon Cloud City were unprecedentedly unanimous when it came to this decision. King Chapman raised his eyebrows slightly. He took a deep breath and snorted softly. "Very well." The king's gaze had regained the awe-inspiring look he had when he first arrived in the hall. The Archduchess pressed down on the armrest tightly and said firmly, "With him in your hands, please ensure that Constellation will not bring unnecessary losses to our expedition to the west." "It's my duty." King Chapman shook his head in disdain. He fearlessly responded to the pairs of malicious gazes. "Of course." Thales stood where he was and looked at the indifferent Archduchess from afar. The corners of his lips curled up. At that moment, Thales' gaze met the Archduchess. One was calm and relieved, while the other was indifferent and cold. "Next time, if you have any plans to get married, please be sure to inform us in advance, the king and the archdukes, so that we can take a look at it for you," King Chapman said in satisfaction. "After all, if your marriage is done hastily like this time, I can't guarantee what kind of chaotic abyss the kingdom will descend into because of this." Lisban said solemnly, "Dragon Cloud City's own matters do not require Black Sand region to worry about it. The Archduke's attention is not up to you to decide." The king shook his head. "If you still care about Dragon Cloud City, remember this." The Archduchess raised her head and glanced at him coldly. King Chapman frowned slightly. "The State Affairs hearing is almost over. We will choose another day to discuss the matter of the expedition to the west," the Archduchess said quietly. "Your Majesty, you don't have to stay here anymore." The vassals looked at each other and exchanged their complicated emotions. King Chapman narrowed his eyes slightly. "Listen, girl," the king said meaningfully, "as I said, as a person who has never been seen before in history, you are walking on a path that has never been seen before. This path is difficult to tread. Obstacles and dangers are everywhere, and there will always be people who don't like new changes. So, I advise you to stay away from those people. Their creed runs counter to your existence, and in the end, they will part ways with you." These words made many of the nobles of Dragon Cloud City uncomfortable. Saroma's expression was unpleasant. "Is that so? But there is a first time for everything." The Archduchess swept her gaze over the people in the hall. She hesitated for a moment before she spoke. After a moment of hesitation, she said, 400 years ago, when Queen Erica ascended the throne of Constellation, no one expected that a kingdom ruled by a woman would have the ability to take away our cold castle. 300 years ago, when Lacey Unlenzo became the Countess of Longchant City, no one believed that the beautiful Archduchess would be able to build the first duchy in Dragon-Kissed Land. 40 years ago, when Empress Dowager Yao Hua became regent of Suyi, no one could foresee that she would one day become King Yao. The people in the hall listened quietly to the Archduchess' words. Such things happened in Constellation, in Suyi, and even in Anlanzo Duchy. Saroma's voice was very soft, but there was an indescribable force in her words. As for Northland, I believe that the people will eventually get used to it. Thales noticed that behind the king, Croce was staring at the surprised and bewildered Archduchess on the stage with a complicated expression. King Chapman seemed a little surprised. But a few seconds later, he nodded and revealed a satisfied expression. I will remember today. Of course. Saroma nodded and avoided Thales' gaze. She said in a low voice, just like how Dragon Cloud City will also remember today. The vassals furrowed their brows. The feelings in their hearts were indescribable. In the next moment, the Archduchess slowly stood up. Everyone, let's call it a day. With different expressions and breaths, more than 20 vassals of Dragon Cloud City also stood up. With complicated emotions, they looked at the Archduchess on the stage, then at King Chapman and Thales. Today, the Archduchess lowered her voice and sighed softly. Meeting adjourned. The vassals raised their right fists respectfully and hit their chests together. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, but this time, compared to the start of the meeting, this dull thud was unprecedentedly uniform, as if it was made by a single person. The door opened. The vassals bowed and left one after another. King Chapman, who stood in the middle of the hall, ignored the gazes the vassals cast on him before they left. Thales, on the other hand, lowered his head and looked at the floor, completely unbothered. It's over. At least, this round, ended. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.